celebrate the team that's bringing home the Larry O'Brien Trophy.
A playoff run that'll go down in history, and a team that will live forever. Next stop, the Canyon of Heroes.
Live coverage of our Parade of Champions starts now.
And that day has come, New York fans. Here's a live look at the crowds already lining the Canyon of Heroes. The New York Knicks giving our city a reason to party today. It has been a long wait, over 50 years. Can you believe it? And finally, we have a championship brought to us by the great New York Knicks. And what a road it has been to get here today. Good morning to you all. I'm Christine Johnson. We're coming to you from City Hall.
That's right. I'm Otis Livingston, and Christine, let's say partay.
Partay.
Partay, because this is huge. Thank you for joining us as we get ready for what could be the city's largest ticker tape parade ever.
Yeah, we're hearing millions. They didn't quite put a number on those millions, but when you're dealing with the millions, that's a lot of people. Knicks fans, Otis, as you know, we saw them all coming in as we showed up. They've been lining up since before the crack of dawn to get a good spot as they await their championship winning team. These people, they've been waiting to see up close, to get pictures of them, hopefully get some interaction with them. But, you know, along with all of these crowds, we got to talk about security, and security is definitely tight today. We experienced that firsthand. We're talking 10, 15 people deep, and we were making our way through those crowds as well. The NYPD told us that they're deploying the largest number of officers that they have ever assigned to a planned event, in the number around 10,000 members of the NYPD set to work today's parade. And that's just the number they're sharing with us. I have a feeling there's a lot more of them working there behind the scenes. And it's all really just so that we're all safe here along the Canyon of Heroes from Battery Park City all the way to City Hall. They say that the viewing pens right now, believe it or not, we still have about an hour to parade, and the viewing pens are completely full.
As you know, Christine, though, this is New York. They're going to show up and show out, so that's why so many people out there. And we got at least 2,500 pounds of confetti.
Look at that.
It is ready. They're being passed out to 25 buildings along the route. We'll also see more than 50 floats that people have been working on all week. We've also learned Alicia Keys will perform, just as she did in 2009 after the Yankees won the World Series. She performed here at City Hall. They didn't say which song, but I think we have a pretty good idea what that song is.
Oh, I think we do too. It is a song that has, where dreams are made of. Nothing you can't do. These streets will make you feel brand new.
That's right, that's right.
Oh my God, this really has become a theme, that song, of New York City. The resilience of New York City, the toughness of New York City, and all of the possibilities that can happen in New York City. So we have live team coverage here along the parade route. Look at this team lineup we have set up for you here over the next few hours. Reporters at key locations so that you don't miss out on any of the big moments. Oh, and by the way, if you're looking for the regular programming here this morning that usually airs at this time, please forgive us. This is a great day that we wanted to share with all of our viewers, but if you do want to watch any of that daytime programming, you can watch it all on WLNY New York TV 55 today.
And I should say, we are less than an hour away. The energy is electric. The crowd already fired up, Christine.
Yes, they are. And our Chris Raggy, no stranger to ticker tape parades. He's done his fair share. Yankees, Giants. He's along the Canyon of Heroes. He's got the Charging Bull there right behind him. He's been with dedicated fans. And Chris, you ready to get this party started?
Yeah. Wait a second. Did you just say I'm full of bull? No bull. This is one of the best locations. They're going to turn the corner. We're at the corner of the Broadway and Morris right now, right by the Charging Bull. And the New York Knicks, and along with a number of other floats, will be charging right up the Canyon of Heroes. I've never seen anything like this in all the other parades that I have covered, from the Yankees to the Giants to the Liberty. We reported for duty at 5 a.m. this morning, and in some locations along Broadway, they were already 5 to 10 rows deep. We're at a great location here because, as I said, the floats will be making their way up right behind us. But I want to just quickly show you some fans over here that are lining Broadway, including these gentlemen right here who have Otis. I'm told you talked with these guys. This is a banner that was hanging in Madison Square Garden in 1973, the last time the New York Knicks. We got to help you guys out here, guys. Come on. Holy mackerel. Look at this. All right, we're talking vintage. 1973
Amazing.
New York Knicks.
Yeah. And they were there.
You did a great job. Otis says hello.
All right, Otis. Sorry I didn't meet up with you last night.
Nice job preserving
Thanks,
that.
Chris. Thanks.
Good job, guys. Really good. Look at that. Hey, 1973. I was 3 years old. Christine, Otis, you guys weren't born yet, but it was a good year. Hey,
I wish
here
that
we
were
go.
true.
Let's go, Knicks. Let's go, Knicks. Hey, you psyched about this or what? Excited?
Excited. This is my favorite. My son right there. It's his first time, and I'm loving it.
Awesome. Hey, what do you think?
This is great. This is great.
Yeah.
Just so,
Shout out Ryan Solomon's in the house.
you excited about this?
Yeah. I want to say one thing. Wemby sucks.
Oh,
watch
no,
it.
you
Hey,
can't
watch
say
your
that.
mouth, young man. I mean, it didn't take long. Everywhere we go, that's all they're chanting. But I'll tell you, we're gonna cut them a break on that one. But now the teacher knows you're out of school today and you're swearing on television. That's not good. But we have a great lineup for you today. Reporters all up and down the canyon. Hey, this side of the street, they want to get involved as well. They've been chanting all morning. 53 years in the making, the New York Knicks, NBA champions. And this place, Otis, Christine, I can't even begin to tell you what the volume is going to be like when the Knicks make their way onto those floats and make their way up the Canyon of Heroes. City Hall is going to be bonkers, but I'll tell you, in the minutes leading up to it, as they come up this Canyon of Heroes, it's going to be out of this world. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that, guys. But I'll send it back to you.
Well, you know, Chris, we mentioned that you've covered your fair share of parades. You've done the Yankees. You've done the Giants. So
Win one win, we all win.
Have a great time. What do you think?
We got it.
Yep.
Yep, today's the day.
This is it. Enjoy. Have a great time. Good to see you guys. Hey, a lot of action
everybody-
down here. I'll tell you, it is like the biggest, friendliest, warm embrace of a basketball team and of a city you could imagine, and we haven't even started yet.
no, we haven't started yet. And when the party gets started, you can tell that the volume of this excitement is going to go way up. But Chris, I just wanted to quickly ask you, we mentioned that you've covered numerous parades. You were here for the Giants. You were here for the Yankees.
Yep.
How do those compare to what you're seeing so far here today?
I never thought I would say this. I love the Knicks, but I love the New York Giants. And this is going to be twice what that was. This is going to be twice what that was. This is a fan base, Otis, as you know, and Christine, you know as well. This is a fan base that has been waiting 53 years for this. Over 19,000 days since 1973. So they've got so much pent-up excitement, and they just want to kind of let that love basically hit the Canyon of Heroes to let the Knicks know how much they appreciate the effort and this historic playoff run they won on. To be an NBA champion, I think, having watched the Knicks, Otis, you will agree with this. You've watched them closer than I have. 5 years ago, I would have given you $1 million. I would have said, no way in the world this could ever happen. But here we are in 2026, NBA champions. And every time you hear a New York Knick, one of the guys that's on this team, announced anywhere for the rest of their lives, it's going to be NBA champion Jalen Brunson. Karl Anthony Towns. That's, a moniker they will gladly live with for the rest of their lives.
And free meals, free drinks in town. That's allocated to them as well.
They have been living the life.
Anunoby has a standing reservation everywhere.
Exactly.
They will never have another want that isn't answered for sure. All right, well, let's continue our team coverage. We have Alan Devlin along the parade route as well, and we all know how Alan reacted there in Game 4 when it was a real pivotal game for all of us. We were live on the air when the clock, when that buzzer went off, and Alan had a great viral moment for all of us.
He was every New Yorker, though.
That excitement.
He was every New Yorker. That's how they felt.
Oh, it's so true. So, Alan, have you recovered? How are you feeling today?
You know, KJ, Otis, good morning to both of you. I'll tell you what, I've had several people walk up to me this morning and say, are you the guy, the Knicks win guy? And my response is, yeah, that's me. So that's kind of where things are going. I have recovered, and I am very happy to be out here today. I am doubling down on everything Chris Raggy said about the scope and the size and the excitement of this parade here this morning. I've covered 5 championships all over the country, all over the place, from the West Coast over here to the East Coast. This championship parade already, and we still have an hour to go before it even starts, is massive. I wish you could see. In fact, I'm showing you some of the crowds here across the street. When you talk about how many people are out here, every single crowd pen has already reached full capacity. There is no more room. And even as you look across the street where I'm standing right now, it is packed. It is shoulder to shoulder here right at the beginning of this parade. And I'll tell you what, this is exactly where everybody's going to come through. We're going to have this for you live up here. And this guy, of course, very happy to be on camera. He was on Channel 2 here this morning. They're all very excited out here this morning. KJ, Otis, the magic in the air is hard to explain. I am so excited to be out here. And you talk about that moment there in Game 4 that I have been unable to escape here in the past week. Thank goodness the Knicks got it done in 5. They closed it out because it made it that much more special. But like you said, that is how every single New Yorker felt. Not just Knicks fans, New Yorkers. And that's why this parade is going to be watched and attended in the millions here today. And just from looking around, I can see that number. You guys are right. I know we don't have an exact number. Yeah. It's going to be in the millions. And I'm at the beginning, and it goes all the way up the Canyon of Heroes, guys. And we're going to have people all along the route to be able to show and experience and, of course, bring that to everybody's homes. Millions are going to be attending. There's going to be millions more watching at home, right? Yeah. Everybody's going to be enjoying this one. Yeah. And I'm going to be another one of those fans. I know right now I'm in, reporter mode for CBS New York, but as soon as that bus comes along with the players on it, we're going to go right back into fan mode. I'll be honest with you. And I'm going to show you something right here as well before. Oh, go ahead. No,
I was just going to say, speaking of that bus, just real quick, we're seeing there that the buses are arriving, and there are several of them, all in a motorcade. So we have a feeling that we've got some VIPs now arriving to this parade.
And Alan, if you don't like that, you don't like NBA basketball.
Boom. The real basknail fans got that. They knew where that was from. Thank you.
That's right. You nailed it,
Thank you,
bro.
Otis. You just validated me. I appreciate it.
You nailed
One out of your book.
Uh-huh.
All right, well, let's talk more about this ticker tape parade for our New York Knicks. For those of you that may have been born, like let's say in the 80s and 90s, you may not have known that our Knicks didn't have a ticker tape parade when they won their previous championship. So this is a first for this team.
That's right. They won the NBA championship in 1970 and 73, but never got a parade. That makes today a franchise first, a franchise that's been around for 80 years. Quite some time. Yeah. Steve Overmeyer is near the end of the route. And Steve, we are witnessing history today.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this is history, especially for these Knicks fans who have waited so long. We are at the end of the parade right now, right on the corner of Barclay and Broadway, right at Park Row. This is where the parade is going to come to a close. So right now, it's just anticipation. Now, you have to understand, a lot of these people have been here since 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning, they got into these pins, and around 6 o'clock, they closed these pins off. So they've been here overnight. Fans have waited overnight, but a lot more fans have been waiting a lifetime for what we are about to see. 53 years in the making. A lot of these fans, some of them only know Willis Reed and Clyde Frazier from pictures, old photographs, which have faded. And now they get to develop their new story. They get to develop a new photograph, a new memory. And that's what this is all about for them. Now, I know that this is, listen, KJ, Otis, I know this is a celebration of the Knicks, and it absolutely is, because the Knicks brought us this championship. But this is a chance for these fans to say thank you. This is a thank you day. This is the reason why they got here at 2 o'clock in the morning, right? I see you agreeing with me, right? I mean,
absolutely, man. Been out here all night. It's worth it, man, to get to see these world champions finally celebrate for the whole entire city. Old, young, new, it's all culminating in what's getting ready to go down in a few right here, the Knicks parade. I got all my friends with me.
And see, now
I got all my friends with me.
This is why you had to be here.
Absolutely.
It's something that you wanted to celebrate with friends, but a way for you to kind of say thank you to the players.
Yes, absolutely, because they deserve it. They played hard. They worked hard. They had us at the edge of our chairs, you know what I mean? But we survived, and we came through. And then, you know, we put the lay down and the smack down on a bunch of cats, but we ain't going to say no names right now. Because it's all about us right now.
That's
you know
why
it's
so fun.
Say all day, baby. That's right.
And they're just getting started. This is just the beginning of it. And I'll tell you what, I can't wait to see how these guys are going to be so excited when the parade actually gets started.
Well, yeah, we're all excited. We can't wait. We got the countdown clock there on the screen. About 43 minutes left before we officially kick off this parade down the Canyon of Heroes. And when we have a special broadcast like this, we have to bring in special guests. And boy, do we have one for you today. NBA veteran and New York City basketball icon Rod Strickland is sitting here. Rod, it's so great to see you.
Great to be here.
A Bronx native, a former Knicks player, all of those things.
That's right. He played 17 years in the NBA, scoring more than 14,000 points. Now as the head coach for the Long Island University Sharks. He's credited with turning around the men's basketball program, leading them to the NCAA tournament this year. I was out there in San Diego with you.
Absolutely.
Rod, you are as New York as it comes. Icon, as you said, basketball player for the New York Knicks. So you put on that uniform. What has this remarkable season meant for you?
No, it's been incredible. You know, being from New York, actually being drafted by the Knicks. And, you know, you've been in this city for so long. You hear the noise. Everybody wanted a champion. You saw the disappointments at times.
Yeah.
And so now to finally fulfill that, and just I'm walking from my hotel, walking over here, and it's real quiet. And as I get closer to City Hall, you know, I can see the anticipation, can start seeing the fans coming in.
You feel the
energy.
energy.
I sit up here and I just see it all coming together.
Yeah.
It's an incredible feeling. I have goosebumps. You know, I'm a 17-year, I played in the league 17-year basketball all my life, and I understand what this is.
Yeah.
Like, very few get a chance to do this.
Right.
Yeah,
You know,
monumental.
very few are NBA players, very few, and even less are champions.
Yes.
So to be
Yes,
a
sir.
part of this, you know, I feel a part of this. I'm a former Knick.
Yep.
I'm a New Yorker.
Yep.
I'm proud of these young guys. I'm happy for the older guys who didn't get a chance to win a championship, and now they're part of the New York Knicks.
Yeah.
They are part of this now, so they got their championship as well.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to see that.
Well, we're going to be tapping into you for all your expertise, and I also want to ask you, as a former player, how it's going to be for you, you know, to be watching all of this here today. If there's a little bit of competitive grit still in there, saying, darn it, it wasn't my time, but we'll talk about that more. And our live coverage of the New York Knicks ticker tape parade will continue. We'll be right back. Don't miss a minute of our coverage of the Parade of Champions. Welcome back to our live coverage of the Parade of Champions, and there you can see the buses are now starting to show up with the New York champion Knicks. Otis, were you able to spot anybody? I know that the windows there.
No, I couldn't see that. Going a little fast too. But I think we saw someone with the trophy a little bit earlier on. Not sure exactly who it was, but this parade, of course, Christine, is scheduled to step off at 10 a.m.
10 a.m.,
so
37 minutes from now.
Yep.
And I'm glad that they remember the trophy. It's kind of like at the wedding. Somebody's got to remember the ring, so you got to remember the trophy.
Definitely the most important thing that's going to be here.
So let's get to another one of our team members here, Doug Williams. He's been waiting for the team at the south end of the Canyon of Heroes, all the way the tip of the island in Battery Park City. Doug, you're going to get a first glance of these players. I see some of those buses behind you. How's the feeling there?
It is so exciting to be here, Christine, and just moments, because you guys were just talking about seeing the players and the trophy, just moments before you came to us, Jose Alvarado was in bus number 11 with the New York Knicks buses, and the crowd's chanting, "Let him out." We don't have a great vantage point. We sort of turned around, and we saw him with the trophy exit the bus, fire up the crowd, and then go back in. So I would assume that the Knicks players in these team buses are going to at some point loop back around. They will come down eventually from directly in front of me, come on by on their floats when the parade gets going. But just like everywhere, downtown and lower Manhattan right now, these streets are packed. I did something actually tremendously stupid this morning. I took the 6 train downtown, which I was crestfallen when they made the announcement at Brooklyn Bridge City Hall. This is the last stop on this train. So I walked from where you guys are at City Hall all the way down here. It took me the better part of an hour. Police are doing a fantastic job keeping the streets clear and keeping everybody safe, but the pens have been full in lower Manhattan, as you guys have been seeing on your screens since very early this morning. If you have a loved one that is here and they're not responding to texts or calls, that is because the cell service is very spotty. That is how many people are here, and I know Christine and Otis mentioned at the top of the broadcast that we are expecting some number of millions to be here. That's the kind of thing that happens when they are. So again, we're surrounded by an energetic, jubilant Knick fan crowd. It really is special to be here. I can't wait for things to get started to see these players and really the celebration that they've earned, that they deserve, and the city that feels like they see themselves reflected in this roster and some of the stories of these players. It really feels like collectively as a city we can celebrate this victory. And we'll be here as the floats start going on by, guys.
All right, Doug, and we're seeing some of those players and their families exiting those buses, getting to their starting point as we are counting down just 34 minutes before we're going to get this party started. And it almost seems as well, Otis, did you notice that there's a lot of toilet paper being thrown around? I think there was a big run on toilet paper last night here in the city because there's a lot of it out on the street, and I think there's going to be much more of it. But we've got much more ahead for you as this coverage of the Knicks Parade of Champions continues. So much more ahead, so don't miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CBS New York. Special coverage of the Parade of Champions celebrating our New York Knicks. We're seeing some of these players arriving here to then hop onto the floats that people have been working so hard here to create this week. And then they will be waving and greeting and interacting with the fans that have been out here already for hours to greet them as we get this parade underway in just over 30 minutes. So let's talk a little bit more about this run-up, Otis, to today and to clinching this championship. You've been out there this whole time covering them. The first couple of rounds, they were sweeping them in 4 games. But it was a hard-won fought.
You know what? When they got down 2-1 to the Atlanta Hawks, that's when it seemed like they turned it on. They started going through Karl Anthony Towns. He started facilitating, helping out Jalen Brunson, and they just went on that run. They won 13 straight. In every series clincher on the road, there was a road takeover by Knick fans. It was incredible to watch. It was like every arena was MSG South or MSG, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They showed up, and like I said, they showed out. They definitely wanted to root on their guys in person. You know, when another team's star player is being booed during introductions, and it's loud, you have taken over. And that's what the Knicks fans did. It was incredible to watch. That Game 5 in San Antonio was incredible as well, as we see Landry Shamet, some of the other guys coming through. That's Jeremy Sohan. Looks like he's carrying the Larry O'Brien trophy right there. And oh, by the way, a little tidbit about Jeremy. He played for the San Antonio Spurs earlier this year, so he was guaranteed
he was going to get a ring no matter what.
No matter who won, but I'm sure he's more satisfied with one here in New York, breaking that streak, breaking that long drought. So Jeremy Sohan, I salute you.
Yeah, he's got those neon sneakers across his, or hanging over his shoulders too. Is he going to make a run for it after this parade? I'm not sure, but wow, what a special day for these players. So much work that has been put into their careers, and then of course this season. Our parade coverage will continue right after this. We'll be checking in with more of our reporters. Don't miss a minute. 26 minutes until the start of the parade to celebrate our New York Knicks. Welcome back to our Parade of Champions here on CBS New York. Expected to step off at 10 a.m., but, you know, it's a little flexible time. We got to make sure everybody's in place.
That's right, and we can wait for the champions no matter how long. We waited 53 years.
We waited long enough. What's another few more minutes?
That's right, and the sidewalks are packed with Knicks fans as expected. This could be the largest ticker tape parade the city has ever seen. I am Otis Livingston. Hello.
Hello, Otis. It's such a pleasure to be here next to you to celebrate this great day. I'm Christine Johnson. We're giving you special live coverage of this Knicks victory parade and, of course, this championship ceremony. And what a run it has been that has all culminated to today. Knicks fans lining up the Canyon of Heroes. This is a day they weren't going to miss. We mentioned they waited over 50 years for this. They were all lining up around 7:30 today. The NYPD said that those viewing pens were all full. They were here before the sun rose.
And Chris Raggett was there as well. He's been with them. He joins us along the parade route. Chris.
Yeah, we got here around 5 a.m. and it was already 5 to 10 deep in some spots. We're pointed in the opposite direction right now. So we're on Champions Way. You can see that confetti is obviously the order of the day, but also toilet paper. The toilet paper war is going from side to side of the street here has been incredible. Look at the vantage point some of the people have, and they're already practicing a little of the confetti toss high atop the buildings here in the Canyon of Heroes. And as we pan across, these guys on the balcony probably have one of the best seats in the house here. But everybody is real loud, everybody's cheering, everybody is so excited about this, including my fans that I have on this side. Oh yeah, it's a little bit of a battle, It's like this side or that side. Is it this side or that side? My man. I mean, you say we've been waiting 53 years for this. Since they didn't have a ticker tape parade for 70 and 73, it's really been first one in franchise history. That's how much energy there is out here in the Canyon of Heroes right now. Cannot wait to get things started. Of course, we're on New York Knicks time, so if we're a few minutes behind, it's all good. It's all good. We're in celebration mode right now. Hey, Walter, get these guys.
They're
guys,
just getting them ready.
It is a party atmosphere. Cannot wait.
Absolutely. They're getting a little practice run on all the ticker tape. Not the real ticker tape, obviously. We're well beyond that, but they've got a lot of paper there to throw. So let's see what else people are talking about here today. You know, Raggy mentioned the two previous championships, in particular the 1973 Knicks.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're hoping that they're all feeling some of this energy here as well today. The mayor later today will give the team the keys to the city.
Yep.
And Dick Brennan, actually, he was able to touch base with some of the former players from the past championship who now are really passing on the torch, really, to this team that was able to bring the trophy back to New York. Dick, how did those conversations go? What did they have to say?
Well, I can tell you, first of all, we're just soaking it all in here at City Hall because I can't even imagine this moment. You mentioned no parades in 70 and 73. There's a story behind that we'll get to. But I can tell you, when you talk to these other Knicks, the older Knicks, that's what they call themselves too, they are so engaged. They are so excited. And the ones we talk to have been following this championship. They've been following the playoffs very carefully. And I can tell you, it feels like they're more excited now than they were back then. Let's listen in.
Before there was this in 2026.
It's over! Knicks fans, this is not a dream!
There was this in 1973.
That's the story. The New York Knicks have defeated the Los Angeles Lakers.
A team with a guard so cool they called him Clyde, and grit came with one word, Willis. Teamwork with Dave DeBusschere and Bill Bradley. The former senator from New Jersey was glued to the playoffs this year.
Senator, we were also nervous watching the playoffs and the finals. You were watching. Was it nerve-wracking for you?
Well, if you're not a player, it's always nerve-wracking.
and your team is playing.
Bradley says the 2026 Knicks are all about teamwork and resilience.
Now, there's going to be somebody who's argue, well, that's the Villanova connection. Maybe it's some of the Villanova connection, but I think it's now become the Knick connection.
The Knick connection with Bradley goes back to the 60s, and we went down memory lane.
This is the picture. This is the Giants.
That's the picture from '73.
Right. And then you were all looking about the same, I think, right?
Yeah, tired.
That team beat the Lakers in 1970 and were again champs in '73.
I think I can speak for the 70 team and the 73 team. We're so proud of these guys.
So many fans are only old enough to know Clyde Frazier swishing and dishing on the microphone, but that was after he was rocking steady on the court. Clyde spoke to our Otis Livingston.
I was talking all season how they reminded me of the team that I played on. Especially the 70 team. You can't mention Frazier without Bradley, without DeBush, without Reed, without Barnett.
Those among the few in Knicks history who know the ultimate feeling, and Bradley says it's tops.
Basketball Hall of Fame, senator from New Jersey. You ran for president of the United States. Where does two basketball champions fit on your rankings of list of accomplishments?
In terms of the power of the experience, the moment of victory is unsurpassed. If I'd become president, that might have beaten the championship.
Frazier says he will be joining the parade.
We have our own float.
And he was hoping Earl the Pearl Monroe and Bradley would join him. After all, they missed out on the fun in 1973.
You guys didn't get a ticker tape parade. No fair, right? Are you going to come to this one?
No, quite frankly, the parade, that's nothing. Winning the championship is. We're standing at half court with chills going up and down your spine. That's the memory.
He can still feel it today, and you got that sense from him. Now, why didn't they get a parade? Because the Mets got one in '69. Well, believe it or not, budget cuts. Yeah, that was New York in the 70s. In fact, Christina, notice, here at City Hall, the second time, they didn't even give them a key to the city. They gave them some commemoration from another event. That's how bad it was back then. And one more thing, and Otis, and I know you know this because you know these guys. Clyde and Senator Bradley, they just got together for lunch last week with Earl Monroe, and they said they got on the phone and called Phil Jackson in Montana, and they were all together. So these guys are still a team, and it's 53 years later, and they really have passed the baton.
And you know who I'm thinking about right now is Willis Reed, Dave DeBusschere, you know, guys like that, Dean the Dream, Miminger, who have passed on.
And Dick Barnett, yeah.
Oh, my goodness, yeah, exactly. And then those guys, they would definitely be celebrating as well with this current New York Knicks team. And as a former New York Knick, Rod, let's bring you in. Your thoughts on that 73 team? I mean, they were revered here in town. They still will be.
Yes.
The last team that has won one since the 2026 team. Your thoughts on that 1973 team?
Like we talk about this team, and I think the Busher said it or Clyde said it, very similar, unselfishness.
Yeah.
But also I look at Jalen Brunson and what he's done, and it just reminds me of Clyde Frazier.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
That big moment, big moment guard. I remember watching Clyde Frazier at big moments of the game, either scoring a basket or getting a clutch steal. And then I watched Jalen Brunson and how he maneuvered, and 6'20", and then all of a sudden he's making 3-4 key shots.
Exactly.
So it kind of reminds me of that.
And I'm going to ask you a little bit later on about Jalen Brunson, what makes him so special, because remember, there were a lot of doubters when he was decided to come here.
Absolutely.
They didn't think he could be the guy that could lead him to a championship.
Absolutely.
But here we are.
Look what he did.
Here we are, and look at what he's proven, that's for sure.
Yep.
We've got about 16 minutes until this parade is about ready to get underway. We're counting down to the ticker tape parade that is happening in Lower Manhattan. It's an historic event, one we have been waiting decades for, and we have a great program ahead for you. Our live team coverage continues right after this. Hey there, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Parade of Champions. I hope you at home are ready for this, because we're ready for a parade. Thousands lining up the streets to celebrate the Knicks championship victory. Look at this from up above. You can see people there lining the streets. You can see members of our NYPD there, all ready to keep us all safe here, because there is a lot of coordination that went into making this a safe event.
Yeah, and count the times that I say today that I can't believe this, because I can't believe it. That's what all these New York Knicks fans are saying. Like you said, 53 years in the making. Some said they didn't think they would be able to see one in their lifetime, but here we are. We are watching it today, and we're watching a team. We're celebrating a team that only lost 3 games in the playoffs.
Isn't that amazing?
2 by 1 point to the Atlanta Hawks, which was indescribable in itself. But think about if they won those 2 games. Just 1 loss in the playoffs. That's an epic run. And there was a team that was full of chemistry and pulling for one another, getting it done for one another.
And each player like shining at different moments, right? It wasn't just 1 or 2 players that carried this team through. They each played a really important part.
Just like Rod was talking about the 73 team, a team, T-E-A-M. Those guys, they picked one another up. Cat could lead in scoring. Jalen always led in scoring, it seemed like. But there were players that could step up in those roles, and the guys stepping up in our role right now. Steve Overmeyer, you are live outside City Hall. What's up, Steve-O?
Well, I tell you what, so there's just a buzz going on right about now, and that buzz might be coming from the odoriferous emanation that you might be smelling around Lower Manhattan right about these times. But I tell you, it's going to start to pick up as soon as they start to see anybody coming up the Canyon of Heroes. But what's going to be leading the Canyon of Heroes, what I think is so interesting, Clyde Frazier apparently is going to be inside the lead car. This is a 1952 Chrysler Phaeton. This is a car that it's an iconic car because it was so few of them made. Only 200 of them were made, and New York City was one of the places that actually got a chance to get one of these cars. And again, this was a car that had, you know, the gun sight tail lights and the sharp fins years before the 57 Chevy came around, and it's a car that really changed the way that automobiles were driven here in America. And I gotta say, I've actually had the joy of being behind the wheel of that thing. Unbelievably, they let me drive that through the streets of Manhattan a few years ago, and I was so surprised at not just how smooth it was, but how much that car wanted to go. It was hard to keep that car at 5 miles an hour because that car was 400 horsepower that wants to go 150 miles an hour. And I tell you what, it was just a beautiful thing to ride in that. And it looks like Clyde Frazier is going to be riding in that. So KJ, Otis, Rod, I tell you, man, it's going to be a beautiful thing to see when they start coming up the Canyon of Heroes.
Yeah, Clyde is going to be driving and thriving.
Quite the honor for sure, and there is not a spot of dust or water on that car. This excitement here tonight is building as we get closer to the parade. Look at that, counting down to 10 minutes. So keep it right here as we celebrate the New York Knicks. Welcome back. We are now 7 minutes away from the scheduled kickoff to this parade as our New York Knicks, the coaching staff, and other VIPs will be making their way up the Canyon of Heroes. This is a day that many Knicks fans have been waiting for. I'm listening to some of these folks that are like 10 years old, and they're like, I've been waiting for this all my life.
Oh, my goodness.
All my life.
Oh, my goodness.
And then we've got the others that are like, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, tell me about it. You have not begun to suffer.
Exactly.
But they have a champion. Whether you're young,
And
you're old,
here
New
we
York
are.
Knicks fans, you can put up the #1 and no one will dispute it.
Absolutely. So let's get to somebody who's been waiting for this day for a long time as well. Chris Raggi, he's in front of the charging bull. And Chris, I saw you came prepared today with your roll of toilet paper.
We are ready to roll. We're taking live fire now.
All right.
Well, we got one. You ready? Here we go. You ready? Here we go.
Nice catch. On the fly.
I can throw a football and toilet paper. Hey, come over here for a sec. Are we ready? You ready to go?
Yeah, come on!
It has gotten to the point where we're minutes away from this parade walking off, and everybody is so excited. They're so ready for this to start, and we can't wait for it to start either, to be honest with you. It's, almost. It's one of those things, you don't get a chance to experience this a lot. If you're a Knicks fan, this is the first time you're experiencing it. So for everybody who's lined up, they've been patient, they're ready to roll, but this place is about to explode in just a couple of moments here on Champions Way. Let me send it back to you guys. Cannot wait to see those floats turn the corner and make their way up the Canyon of Heroes.
All right, Chris. Otis, you feel your blood pumping?
Oh, yeah.
Your heart racing?
5 minutes and 18 seconds. But who's counting?
Yeah.
5 minutes. I can't
counting.
wait.
I'm
I cannot
counting.
wait.
We got to get in one more break before this parade gets underway, so stay with us. We're coming to you live from City Hall all the way down to the Canyon of Heroes at Battery Park, where those players will be popping onto those floats. And the NYPD here to keep everything safe and in order, and the fans here to party like no other day here in New York. Stay with us. welcome back to our live coverage. We are now 1 minute and 23 seconds away from the start of this Parade of Champions. That is a little loose time here because it looks as though people are still getting organized there at Battery Park City. Welcome back to our special coverage here on CBS News New York. I'm Christine Johnson alongside Otis Livingston and also Rod Strickland, former NBA player and somebody who's going to give us a lot of insight here today. How are you guys feeling today?
Feeling great. I'm anticipating. I've been looking at that clock. We're down to 50 seconds.
Yeah. And don't forget he's a coach, so he's very in tune with the clock right there, what's going on.
So anticipating the moment.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't think we're going to be hearing any whistles other than from the marching bands, though, here today. But yeah, we'll get through it. But we see some folks filing into place there. We saw the buses arrive here earlier with the players on there. I even got a little sneak peek of this truck. That's going to be, he'll be driving, and it's quite something to see. And we've got the players who will be loading onto the floats soon as well. And let's go to Alan Devlin because he's there at the tip of Manhattan to see it all. And there's James Dolan. There's the man who waited how many years for this, right?
It's coming.
Absolutely.
He delivered it.
So we still have some of the VIPs coming up. There
Rick
we
Brunson.
see
Jalen,
otherwise known as Jalen's dad, right?
Yes. He slipped over into that realm right now because when you have a son like that, Rick was a heck of a player himself, though, you know, and he, as Jalen has said, he had the blueprint. He's the one that trained him, locked him in mentally, and got him to that.
And a big part of this team and why they did what they did. He was a big brain, you know, for that.
And just a mentor to his son. And there's James Dolan, the man who was pivotal with putting this team together and really getting them through some tough times. Imagine what it's like for him today to see all of this culminate.
And Rod, you were talking about his decision to hire Leon Rose, Worldwide West.
I mean, if you look at it, that was the key, right? We talk about 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago, Leon Rose, William Wesley, those guys came in. If you really remember at that time, you know, players wasn't really trying to come to New York. You know, we thought we were getting KD and Kyrie. That didn't happen.
They went to
and they were able to come in here. They went to Brooklyn.
Quick mention that we just saw our Jersey boy, Karl Anthony Towns. And now there is the MVP of these NBA Finals, Jalen Brunson. What can we say about this guy?
That guy.
Yeah,
he's that guy.
And Rod, as a one of the undisputed great point guards of all time in yourself, former Knick. You know the position. You know it frontwards and backwards. What makes him so special?
Well, first of all, I think it's his mind. I think he's a really mature young man, like from the beginning, right? Very intentional. Kind of understood the moment. Like even when you talk about him not taking all the money he could have taken, he knew he needed others. And I think that's a big deal, but very skilled footwork, technician, body, you know what I'm saying, can get in there. I always say those guards who can make, and I know we talk no mid-range game, but those, especially at that height, when you can make those awkward shots, and then you have that strength, and then he has a mind. Like
he's left-handed to start, so that's a little awkward to guard against. You know that.
Absolutely.
So much more to talk about these players, and obviously another shot there of Cat. Otis likes to call him the bodega cat.
That's my boy.
Yeah,
that's my
guy. He is. There's so much more to talk about, but let's get to Alan Devlin because he is right there in the thick of things, watching these players arrive. Alan, give us your point of view. What do you got?
My head is on a swivel because I'm watching all the players coming up. And I'll tell you what, it looks like James Dolan just walked by. He just passed us. I'm trying to see. Everybody's getting really up. That looks like that might be our boy. Look at this. Let me get out of the way as he gets closer. Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson right here in front of us, guys. Check him out. Going to load onto that bus along with his wife, his family. The crowd's going crazy out here as the players make their way, of course, to those buses. I'm on the ground down here. I'm trying to make sure you guys get a good look as everybody makes their way down the road here. And we're going to have a break right here. It looks like I'm trying to see what other players are showing up. But, guys, this thing is getting ready to start. If that's not an example of it, I don't know what to tell you, because everybody is legitimately loading up these buses as we speak. The crowd is ready to roll. It is 10:03. Somebody mentioned it earlier, you know, that New York Knicks time. And I'll tell you what, speaking of the Knicks, this car directly behind me here, that's the car that Steve Overmeyer was speaking about earlier. Walt Frazier is supposed to be getting in that vehicle to start this parade off. Of course, as soon as he shows up from somewhere, you see I keep turning around looking to make sure I'm not missing anything. It looks like we're at a good place right now, a good pause so I can talk to you guys. But like I said, Walt Frazier's going to be jumping into that car right behind me here to start this parade. This is the very, very beginning. It's so beginning. That's when Brunson is getting on the bus right down the street next to me. So everybody's going to roll right behind this camera, and all these fans are going to get a front row seat to the start of this parade. This is where it's all going to go down right here. Hopefully, we don't have to wait much longer, but 53 years, what's another 5 minutes or so? You know what I'm saying? So we're keeping our eyes peeled as the players continue to make their way down the street here. And I promise we're not going to miss anything. As soon as somebody walks by, we will show you a lot of family members, a lot of, you know, girlfriends, wives, daughters, sons, coaching staff, their family, making their way to those buses. I think Deuce McBride just walked up. Let me get out of the way. You hear the crowd here. There he goes right there. And he walked right on by. I knew it was him before I even looked because of the crowd. And they're doing a good job of calling out who's exactly walking up. And we've got the Larry O'Brien trophy, and a man that needs no introduction. You guys were just speaking. Let me get out of the way once again.
We've got Martha Stewart,
the man with the plan,
as well.
Mr. Backseat this time around, of course. Oh, we got some celebrities out here as well. Look at this. Wow. Families, friends, everybody getting ready to load up those buses as we speak. This is incredible. This is incredible, guys. I'll show you what. Right now, we've got Martha Stewart, one of those celebrities that I was just talking about. Oh, Shamit's coming down. Here we go. Yep, there you go. NBA champion nowadays.
Part of that team. Landry Shamet, underrated guy.
Man with the plan right there.
So happy for him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And look, this team is not complete without each and every single one of these players, because they've made it very clear. Sure, Brunson got the finals MVP, but without the effort from every... Oh, Timothy! What is going on right now? This is insane. They got Timothy Chalamet in the parade.
Oh, you knew he was going to be there?
Just walked
That's a big-time fan.
I wasn't expecting it, though. I wasn't expecting that. I'm just sitting here, and Timothy Chalamet walks by giving high fives. Jordan Clarkson's making his way up. I'm going to step out of the way here so you guys can get a good clear view here. Great minutes off the bench for Clarkson all through the playoffs.
Oh,
kind of a vet for the Knicks team, 34 years old.
I got to give a special shout out to him, Alan. He's the first Filipino to win a NBA championship ring. So to all my fellow Filipinos out here in New York City.
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. My daughter was like,
I did not know that.
Look, that's do not mention this, I will not be happy. So there you go. We've got him here in the parade.
There you go. That's for your daughter. And then, of course, Jose Alvarado. Oh. That man was on another level all through the playoffs, including the finals, of course. Hoop after bucket after bucket, he made it happen. And again, I apologize. I'm making sure I'm not missing anybody else because they're all coming up behind me. That was a good portion of the team right there, along with the celebrities. And they're where? I didn't even see him. Walked right behind me, didn't he?
He's with Karl Anthony Towns. John Starks.
I was going to say.
Yeah, you know, he's one of the former Knicks as well that is feeling a lot of pride. He's got that stogie going.
Absolutely. Great to see that.
But you know what, as we look here at Karl Anthony Towns here, but let's get back to Alvarado and just the fact, I mean, imagine sharing this with a local boy. Your family is here to see it all. Your dream is to be a New York Knick, and he's living this dream out right now.
No, absolutely, and I'm sure he's so grateful he got traded during the year.
Yep.
Right, and he was a big part of what happened, as well as the whole bench. But to be able to come to New York, your city, he's going to be Mr. New York.
Yes, he is.
He's going to be Mr. New York.
And talking about that bench, I mean, as we were talking earlier, you know, everybody is so important.
Everybody.
That was one of the key things that separated Mike Brown from Tom Thibodeau.
Yes.
Tom Thibodeau built his team. He helped along the way as well, but he didn't use his bench last year. They got tired. They ended up coming up short in the Eastern Conference Finals, but Mike Brown was able to use his bench, and when he had to call on them in these highly contested, highly intense games, they were able to produce.
Absolutely. And management made some great decisions bringing guys in.
Exactly.
So that they can have confidence in that bench as well.
Yep.
So it's a combination of the staff and Big Pat Ewing.
One of your
yes,
teammates.
that's my guy.
Oh, my goodness,
that's
Patrick
my guy.
Ewing.
I just did a podcast last night with Mark Jackson, and we were talking about the big fella.
Oh, man.
So happy for him.
Yeah.
Like so happy for him.
And you know what I found interesting is that Karl Anthony Towns sought him out after the finals. After they won, he ran to him and saw how emotional he got, how much it meant to him as a player who did not win that championship, who's revered in town, but always has that but attached to his name. And Karl Anthony Towns talked about just all those former players and the impact that they have.
And the Knicks made this a family.
Yes, they did.
They made everybody, former players, the newer players, they made this a family.
Which is so key. And we see Mike Brown there, and we got to go to Josh Hart. We got to go to Alan Devlin one more time because he's got some action. There's Martha
I'm telling
Stewart.
you,
what's a parade
this
without
is the
Martha
best
Stewart?
assignment I could have possibly gotten for this parade. Watching it all this happen. Martha Stewart right out here out front, walking in this parade, leading with her family. And here comes Bridges with that camcorder. He's had it ever since they won this finals. There he goes. There he goes, recording all of this. He's going to be watching that for a long time. I know, right? Probably. He's probably going to put that somewhere on social media. Who knows? Who knows how he's going to do it? But more and more players are coming through. You guys were talking about Cat earlier. Jordan Woods, his fiance, just walked by a little while ago. So we're expecting Cat's probably going to be showing up. And look, let me get out of the way again. I don't want to block any of this action. More of the players making their way through. This bench was deep.
Yes,
this bench was deep this season.
LJ,
Spree well.
Now, this is the part I like too. These guys are enjoying it, soaking up the sun as well.
Oh, and they deserve it.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Everybody's invited.
They have the required cigar to go along here with the vibe.
Jeremy Sohan is crazy. Fat Joe.
Oh, here comes Big Man. All right, guys, I'll tell you what. Oh, Chris Rock is right in front of me. Here's Chris Rock. Directly in front of me. I'm going to get out of the way.
Yeah.
Mr. Rock.
Chris Rock.
Yes.
So basically, we've got all of
They've got everybody in this parade. We've got everybody. And if we can look down here, Karl Anthony Towns, the man with the plans, making his way up. We've got a shot of him right here. Oh, the crowd's going to love this one.
That's Ariel Harcourty right there.
All 7 feet. Oh, yeah. Take it away, Otis. Take it away, Otis.
Karl Anthony Towns, man, come on. I mean, what else can you say? I mean, he's much maligned, questioned as far as toughness in Minnesota. Well, guess what? After all that, all this. He is an NBA champion. He is a local boy. And he deserves to be honored as he is. You know about his mom, Jackie, who passed away during
God
COVID.
bless. His mother was special.
Spoke to his father a lot. He coached my son in AAU. But he talked about how he felt his mother's presence. And Big Karl talked about his mother's influence on him. And so this moment feels so great for those guys, as well as everybody else who has a story.
No, so happy for his family. I know Karl pretty well. Coached him at the Dominican team when we were trying out for the Olympics. So I know him well. And I also feel great about him because, like you said, maligned. But Karl Anthony Towns is a skilled player.
Yes, he is.
And the Knicks made the adjustment and put the ball in his hands more, and he was able to show some of that. So I'm very happy for him and his family, and God bless his mother.
You know, there was a post-game interview with him, and I can't remember, it might have been after Game 2, where he talked about his mom. And sometimes, you know, in sport, when you're competing at this level, it's not just the skill, but it becomes almost a spiritual event. And that's what it became for him after that game, where he said, I just felt my mom around me. I felt her spirit. It was like she was in the stands, and I just thought that was such a beautiful moment for him.
Strong, connected family, really close. I'm so happy for them.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? It's a good sign that we're seeing the coaches and the players and all of the other famous and well-known New Yorkers that we have seen throughout this tournament and throughout this series. I haven't seen Ben Stiller yet, though. Is he going to show up? You caught it.
There he is.
Can they hear me?
I think.
Spike got to be coming. Coming
oh,
on
guys,
soon
I'm
as
sorry.
well.
Yeah, no, Ben Stiller. I heard you guys talking about him. I want to make sure you can hear me. He's coming up right now. KJ, I don't know how you did that. You summoned Ben Stiller. You summoned Ben Stiller.
Point guard eyes.
He was taking all those courtside videos. I kind of wonder if he's going to come up with some little
Was
courtside
that Wu-Tang?
documentary.
Was that Wu-Tang? Was that Raekwon? I think I just saw Raekwon.
Yeah.
Boy, this is like a who's who.
They took a lot of credit for that comeback win. I talked to RZA afterwards, and I was like, he was like, at halftime, we got to keep everybody excited. We got to Wu-Tang. We got to get it.
Is that OG?
I think that was OG.
OG Anunoby walking by right now, waving to the crowd there.
There he is.
Mike Breen.
Big time minutes, big time plays.
All of Famer.
Mr. Tip-In.
Yeah.
So can we just talk about OG for a minute as well?
Yeah.
I mean, there were so many special moments throughout this series, but that game 4, we could not. I mean, you keep saying you can't believe that we were here. I can't believe what we saw in the final seconds of that game. Just it was meant to be.
Yeah.
It was meant to be.
Team of destiny. And Rod, I mean, you know how critical you were talking about the inches, the little plays here and there.
Yes.
If he doesn't tip that in and they lose that game, first of all, they don't make the 29-point historic comeback.
Absolutely.
But that series is 2-2.
Series is 2-2
going back to San Antonio with 2 of the last 3 games in San Antonio, the Alamo City. That's very different than 3-1 when you're like, okay, it's just a matter of time. We're going to get it done. And probably we want to do it the next game, but we have 3 games to do it. 2-2, very different.
And Mike Brown, he said you have to have some luck on this journey to the championship. And so that was a part of that. But also, OG, he's made big plays throughout the whole playoff. Those 3-point shots when the team was struggling, he always seemed to make the timely play, timely shots. And then just having enough wherewithal when that ball went up, I'm going straight to the rim. And San Antonio got shocked. And here we are.
And don't forget that block on De'Aaron Fox.
Yes.
De'Aaron Fox, he should have pulled it out probably.
Should have pulled it out.
Okay.
No doubt about it.
I like that. Great minds think alike.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But OG hustled back.
Yes.
Well, here are the crowds waiting for their New York Knicks to go down or to come up the Canyon of Heroes. Oh, look at this. We've even got people out on the ledges of buildings. They're going to have quite a view. Perhaps they'll even be sending down some ticker tape. But we need to take a quick little pause, a 30-second pause, as we continue to cover our New York Knicks champions and their parade of champions here. You'll be seeing all of the live pictures right there on your screen, but we'll be back in 30 seconds.
Everything looks great. Did I just sign here?
No. It's a big day. Get the big pen!
The what?
Big pen! Big pen time!
Here we go!
Big pen coming through! Keep it steady, Gary!
I'm trying.
Your big decisions are big for us too. 4-Leaf Federal Credit Union. Let's money together.
Hey, I need a big pen over here.
Okay, welcome back as we continue our Parade of Champions special coverage here on CBS News New York. We've got a bird's eye view of what we have going on, and there's that truck that I was talking about that we're going to see there on the parade, and we're going to see so many Knicks players and it being able to interact with these fans. Yeah, let's go Knicks. Let's go Knicks. You know, I was thinking as we're watching these fans here today, all of them showing up hours ahead of time, making memories with their families, with their kids. A lot of these people, you know, they don't have an opportunity to go to a game.
Absolutely.
You know, these tickets cost a lot of money to go to, so this is their chance to see them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And as we talked about, they're showering the players with the emotion and with, you know, kudos. You know, that's what they want to do. They want to play that part. I hold on to my credential extra tight because of those prices to get in the card. I can get in there with my credential, but yeah, this is outstanding. I mean, I can't believe it. I think that's 8 times so far. But anyway, I cannot believe that we're doing this, but we're doing this.
Rob, what was that like for you when you were playing, and just the energy, the feedback that you get from the fans? I mean, they must have really picked you up. You know, you got a lot of highs and a lot of lows during your professional career. And what was that relationship like with
Absolutely,
the fans?
and that's why you play for home court advantage. You play 82 games to try to get home court advantage because of this.
Yes.
You know, you get that energy when things aren't going well, down 32, make a run. Now the fan is loud and enthusiastic, which kind of pumps you up and deflates the other team.
Right.
So it's big. It's big.
And fortunately, they felt that on the road too.
Yes.
in Cleveland, in Atlanta, in Philadelphia, and of course in San Antonio.
Yeah, the fans bring that energy.
Unbelievable.
And, you know, they watch these guys go out there and give their all. And this is their appreciation, you know, and that championship is the appreciation. So you know, the players and the fans, they wanted that.
Yeah. So coming from a player's perspective now, when it comes to receiving what's going on here, do you think this is a big deal for the likes of a guy like Jalen Brunson, like a Karl Anthony Towns? I mean, do you think they're going to be impressed by what they see today?
Absolutely. Probably chills and goosebumps.
Yeah.
I mean, this is once in a, I mean, very few. You know, we talked about it earlier.
Right.
Very few NBA players, and then even less, far less, win championships, and a lot of guys multiple. So you break that down even more. So to be a part of this, like I'm sitting here as a former player, man, I want some of this action.
You got a piece of it. You're a New York Knick.
But I would love to be a part. You know, every player would love to be a part of this, to walk in here and hear this crowd cheering. Like, that's what it's all about. And very few get a chance to do that. So I envy it, you know, and I'm proud and all of that. But I feel like I'm a part of it because I'm a Knick and I'm a New Yorker, and I feel like these fans feel. But you know,
there's a part of you though that wishes that you were in there, right?
I mean, every NBA player, everyone, every NBA player watching this right now is saying, "Wow."
Yeah, and the funny part about you talk about how even fewer repeat as well. You know, Denver won one. We thought they were going to go back. They haven't been. The Milwaukee Bucks. You know, Oklahoma City Thunder. Everybody thought they were just penciled in, just write it in ink actually that they're going to win this year. And look who's the champs now. The New York Knicks.
So it's about 10:21. We're running, you know, a few minutes late, but that's all right. Who's got to be anywhere right now? We're all here to watch this. I don't have any other appointments today, but we can see Karl Anthony Towns there. They are now boarding the buses, and they're getting into place, so I have a feeling we're going to get this started soon. Let's go to Alan Devlin. He's had a firsthand look at all of the VIPs showing up there today. And Alan, what do you got?
You know, it was a little bit of a who's who, honestly. Walking by me, I'm sitting here trying to go through my human encyclopedia and make sure I recognize and get all these celebrities and these players down. But I did a pretty decent job with you guys' help, of course. You're looking right now at Karl Anthony Towns down there with a lot of the other Knicks players on board that bus. This is the very beginning of this parade. This is how it's all going to start. The buses are not moving just yet, but I walked down the road where all the buses were earlier, and there are probably 10 to 12 of them back there that are going to be carrying not just the Knicks, but Knicks alum. They're going to be carrying celebrities. They're going to be carrying family members, MSG employees, staff, you name it, coaches. They're all going to be on board an array of these buses, and thankfully each of those buses is going to be marked with exactly who's going to be on board them. I do not believe all of the Knicks players are on board the same bus. What I'm looking at right now and what you guys see looks like I see OG, I see Cat, from this bus right now. Jose Alvarado may be on that bus as well, but there's another bus directly behind them. I believe I see Brunson on that bus. So we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled as this parade kind of rolls right by us. But guys, they're going to be coming right where I am standing. And like you said, we've got crews up and down the Canyon of Heroes here that are going to be showing us every single angle of this parade from start to finish. What I will say is the NYPD just came down and they began to tell all their officers, hey, get up to the barricades, get up to the barriers, get ready to hold this thing in place. So I do believe we're getting to that point at 10:23 where we might actually start this parade. You know, like I said, we've been waiting 53 years. We can wait a couple more minutes. No big deal out here. The players are on board. The fans are out here. Everybody's ready to rock and roll. And as you guys can see, we're that much closer because the celebrities and the players are on board these buses. As soon as this thing starts moving, we'll have that here. You know, no motion yet. I'm looking at the very beginning of the parade, which is off behind me, behind where the camera's looking. No motion up there just yet, but it's going to be starting here real soon. The NYPD is in place. So, guys, the clock is ticking, but we are closer than we have ever been to celebrating this Knicks championship in New York fashion, like no Knicks team has ever celebrated before. I'm excited. The fans are excited. I know you three are excited. Everyone along the parade route is excited. Guys, it does not get any better than this.
Let's get
it. And it is so a New York moment. Only something you can experience in this city alone. We're talking about a 0.7-mile stretch of road between Battery Park City and City Hall, making its way up Broadway, up the Canyon of Heroes, a tradition that has happened here in the city for over 100 years. And to pack that many people within that small of an area, honestly, is impressive. And this is going to be an impressive event that you're about ready to witness.
Yeah, and you got RZA on Karl Anthony Towns' float.
RZA
from Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah, you know, as I said earlier, they took a lot of credit for that 29-point comeback. But if I'm not mistaken, Fat Joe was saying that there's a lot of entertainment on different floats, and it looks like he's giving a concert right now. As you can see to the back of Karl Anthony Towns. So the parade route is going to be littered with entertainment out there, different acts floating by. Should be a great time out there.
Yeah, it looks like some folks are maybe throwing up some T-shirts for the players to sign there. But getting back to Fat Joe, I saw a post of him. I can't remember where the game was being played, but Wemby was up shooting some free throws. And Fat Joe was over there doing some kind of dance.
It worked, I bet.
Trying to distract him.
He was saying like how it worked, and he was going to be doing that dance from now on.
Yeah.
But so many just memorable moments here as we continue to look here at live pictures from the Canyon of Heroes as we are ready to get this parade started. And we have a team of reporters here to give you every angle once these buses and these floats and these players and the coaches and some other legendary Knicks players will be making their way to mingle with the fans. This is really something that parents are bringing their children to.
Clyde.
There he is.
There we are.
That's the man
there we
right
go.
there.
Does not disappoint with the outfit.
Not at all. And that's tame. That's tame today.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
He brings it, man. Only Clyde can do it,
Clyde
too.
to Clyde.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's the lead car that is going to begin this parade for our New York Knicks, who finally brought home an NBA champion after 53 years. Alan Devlin right there in front of that car. Alan, let's get this thing started.
You want the epitome of smooth, you are looking at it right here. This is honestly a man that is synonymous with the New York Knicks. He is the New York Knicks, honestly. And he is sitting, of course, in this beautiful Chrysler that Steve Obermeyer gave us a wonderful introduction to earlier in the show. He's going to be one of the lead cars in this parade. And we knew he was coming. His name's painted right there on the side of the car. It was just a matter of when. Otis said the outfit is tame today. He's absolutely right, because one of the first things I was looking for was going to be a suit, bright orange, neon colors, whatever it is. He's still got the paint hoodie on, so it's not, you know, unlike him, but I'll tell you what, he said, you know what, this isn't about me. This is about the 2026 Knicks. So I'm gonna cool it down. I'm gonna ride in the car with my name on it, but I'm gonna make sure it stays about those guys that got it done in this playoff run. But yeah, no, when you think about the 70s, when you think about what this man was able to accomplish with the New York Knicks, he deserves to be in the front car. I'll be honest with you, and I think every Knicks fan across the country, here in New York as well, believes that same thing. So, yeah, KJ, I want this thing to get started just as much as you do. I just spoke to the NYPD. I asked, look, when are we going to rock and roll with this? And they said, I don't know. They're trying to figure it out themselves because they're on Knicks time. Yeah, exactly. They're on Knicks time right now. Everybody is on Knicks time. We're not doing school. We're not doing work. We're doing Knicks right now. And so, honestly, the team, Mike Brown, Dolan, they're the ones that are going to decide exactly when we get this thing rolling. But we are continuing to wait on when it's going to start. But Frazier getting in this car, Clyde the Glide getting in this car right here is a good sign. That does mean that they are getting ready to start this. But when I look off to the other side over here and I'm looking at the beginning of this parade, KJ, Otis, still no motion up front. So we have officially not started yet, I can tell you that. And that's just from line of sight from what I'm looking at. But we're getting there. We're getting closer.
Yeah. And, you know, you're talking about Clyde wanting to make it all about the players, all about the organization. You know, I got to interview him after one of the games in San Antonio, and he talked about being a proud grandfather. That's what he said. He said he's excited for them. You know, yes, it's fulfilling for the former players in that Knick lineage, but he talked about being for them, being like a proud grandfather as he watched them as the season goes. You know, Rod, I mean, the ups and the downs, the ebbs, the flows, the growth, the retreat, all those sort of things that happen throughout a season. He was so proud to see them and that they were able to break the tape and win the battle at the end.
Yeah, and he was in the trenches, so he knows everything.
Oh, yeah.
And Clyde, man. Clyde is just Clyde, man. Like, you know, you want to see him, one of the most humble human beings, right? He'll tell you what he did now. He'll tell you how bad he was.
He'll let you know about the 36.
But he's humble as I don't know what, man, to be, you know, to be who he is.
And how he gives back to the community. We just did a story, I think it was 2 days ago, where there was a girls' high school basketball team that brought a championship back to their school in almost, I forgot what it was a long time, decades.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I thought it was maybe over a century, but he was there. He was there to help them celebrate and, you know, basically gave them some great advice. He said something to the effect of, you know, it doesn't matter who scores the basket as long as his team scores.
And I made a phone call for Long Island University to have him do the commencement speech at graduation, and he obliged.
Wow.
And they all said he was fabulous.
Yeah.
You know, so that's who he is.
And it's a touch. It's a touch history. You know, when you have Walt, I shake his hand and he's like you said, he's so smooth. You know what I mean? But he is that connection to the Knicks lineage, to the greatness, to the teams of the past that you know won that title, and now look at him. He's here and he's enjoying it as well.
True Knick.
Yep.
And a true character of what a champion should be, for sure.
Pumas. Right?
Pumas.
The Pumas.
I wore them suede Pumas.
That's right.
Yes,
I had a pair.
Who didn't have a pair? The suede ones. I remember when those came out.
Yep.
But yeah, so he'll be having the honor of being in the lead car here. In a full circle moment, I'm sure, for Mr. Davis there. And is that his wife there with him, guys? I'm assuming.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, to be able to take part in this. And I love seeing the families that are joining the players and the coaching staff and the other staff members, because there's so much time spent away from your family during these seasons. And, you know, I'm sure that you could talk a lot about this, and that is, you know, but when you have this result right now, to be able to then celebrate with them.
Success is a sacrifice.
Oh, yeah. and when a guy gets traded, like Jose Alvarado, we talked about that. The wife, the partner, they have to make arrangements. They have to, you know what I mean? They have to pick up and get moving, you know? So they're instrumental in this, and they have to enable the players to keep their sanity without having to worry about that type of stuff.
Sure.
So there's vital parts all around this organization, like you said, with the partners, the husbands, the wives. I mean, it's truly remarkable.
All right, it looks as though we have some movement there by the NYPD. And, oh, man, we're getting this parade started now. It is now 10:32 on a historic day here in New York City as this parade for our New York Knick champions is now underway. Alan, here we go.
Here we go. 32 minutes, not that bad, you know. I think if you bet the over, you're in a good place right now. But we are getting started. The parade has officially begun. We've got motion, and we are away. Here we go. Of course, led by Knicks legend Walt Frazier, just passed right by us there. The rest of the Knicks are going to be moving this direction here shortly on their buses, and you all are going to get to see it all right here on CBS News New York. The crowd is coming alive. Everybody has been waiting for this moment. They've been out here 6 a.m., 5 a.m., stuck on the trains, stuck on the cars. You heard Doug Williams talking about not even being able to get down. He had to walk. He had to walk an hour to get down here. So again, this is the moment. We are rocking and rolling. So here's what's going to happen. All of the players, including the coaches, the staff, they're all going to come right by us. You're looking down at them right now on board those buses. We've got a couple of technicalities that are actually coming here directly behind us. If we can swing the camera this way, I'll show you. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. It's a lot of stuff going on. But we got to load a lot of people onto this parade route that are going down the route from the opposite direction. Take a look here. You can see all of these buses and trucks and vans are going to be slowly merging onto the Canyon of Heroes. So this is kind of like where it's all going to start, of course. And the players are going to eventually make their way to this spot. But, of course, we're going to have to be patient and wait for that. That's a media truck right there. It looks like players, of course, coming down with a sanitation, a street sweeper. Actually, with the Knicks faces on the side of it, it's going to be right here behind the New York City Parks Department. We're going to have a lot of, city departments as well involved in this parade. It's a whole citywide event, not just the New York Knicks by themselves, because it's a city, it takes a city to win a championship. But we're going to have some motion here shortly. We are in a little bit of a holding pattern because you got a lot of trucks, a lot of buses, a lot of motion. We waited 32 minutes to get started. We're in motion though. So the three of you guys, we are moving, and as soon as the Knicks actually, their car actually starts moving, we're going to be able to show you guys, everybody on board, all of those buses as they pass by.
All right, Alan, that sounds great. Well, I'm sure that the crescendo of the cheers is now going to be beginning to start from the southern tip of the island and then heading up Broadway. And you're going to be able to hear it all and see it all in this special live coverage of the Parade of Champions as we celebrate our New York Knicks. We see the NYPD there being represented by their colors staff and also their color guard, and then we see the NYPD band to be serenading the crowd here this morning. Doug Williams standing by there as well. He's got a great vantage point, and he's going to share it with us. Doug?
Christine, yeah, I believe you're looking live at our shot right now. Emerald Society bagpipes going by right now. It is just such a special moment. And by the way, this is right along Battery Place where we are. This is the mayor's motorcade is making its way out from where the parade route is supposed to start. So as of right now, they've been going to the other side of the street and looping back towards us. It's unclear if that will remain the same. The mayor has clearly exited his vehicle. He'll make his way back towards the floats. You see his last vehicle here. So that should open up parade traffic to come through. You can see Department of Sanitation's blocking the street over there. The fans here along Battery Place were treated to what you witnessed about maybe a half hour ago. We were wondering where the players were going on those buses. They were going by us this way. Their floats are back that way. And the players ended up, we were wondering, are they making their way up on foot? And sure enough, they did. So again, this will be our vantage point. Looking at some action, the parade has begun.
It sure has, and what is seen here to start us off, Otis.
Within the last week, this is all I've seen of Karl Anthony Towns with a cigar and a trophy in his hand. I mean, they are doing the victory tour, huh? And why not? They deserve it. They certainly do.
They certainly do. They're making contact here with the fans. A really special moment for these fans. And honestly, this is just amazing. An amazing day that we have waited so long to see happen. You know, I was just thinking that we were talking, you know, when you talk to some older fans and when you talk to even some of our family members, are like, you know, I remember when this was the glory days. These were the good old days. And now here we are again. We're going to be telling our kids and grandkids about this.
But let's not wait 53 more years. I mean, come on, guys.
We can't do that.
We're on the clock here.
We can't do that.
We're on the clock, guys. But yeah, I mean, everyone, you know, even non-Knick fans know about the drought. And they talk about, I've gotten a lot of calls as if I played for the team. They want to tell me, hey, I'm glad you got, you know, that it was ended, you know? So a lot of people around the country, you know, that are Knick fans and non-Knick fans, they're so happy. And Mitchell Robinson, you know, it's funny, when you win an NBA championship, you all of a sudden have so much pull. He said after they won it that he was going to get his monster truck in the parade, and I thought to myself, there's no way they're going to let him. But here we go, NBA champ. Come on in.
Everything changes. Everything changes.
Yep.
And would you say that that's a custom car there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think you can go out and get that.
Big M. Absolutely.
Oh, and it's so great to see the little ones as well, the up-and-coming New Yorkers, our future leaders, possibly even some future players. You just never know because this is such a magical city. So it's great to get the youth involved in this parade as well.
So imagine the youth, those young people, they're going to go to the YMCA or to the park and they're going to think they're Jalen Brunson.
Or Rod Strickland.
They're going to be inspired. Oh, man, the YMCA and the parks are going to be crazy.
There's the man, OG Anunoby. As stoic as always.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think we're going to get a smile out of him today?
We might. Somebody's got to prompt him, though, because he's special, man. He really is, and we know about him as a player. But talking about team once again, Rod, Mitchell Robinson didn't have a great game 5, but he came up with that big rebound off the missed free throw and kicked it back out so they can run more clock. I mean, everybody on this team played a role. You know, even the guys that were sitting too deep behind the bench who never were going to play, but in practice or whatever it was, they were there for each other.
Yeah, and that's, like you said, team. And so we take care of each other.
Yes.
We make up for each other's mistakes.
Yep.
We talked a little bit about that Jay Hart layup. You know, things, well, they took up for him. They got that W for him. And that's, you know, that's what happens when you're a championship team.
Yeah. You know, let's talk.
I was going to say, we see some of the.
Is that Jose right there?
That's
some
Jose.
of the players there. Looks like they've got a bag of goodies that they're going to be throwing out, possibly with some of the fans. And that was a designer bag. So if he's handing out designer shirts out there.
I hope he keeps them for the finish line here.
Absolutely. So let's get more on Alvarado. I believe that Alan has a great view of our New York.
Yeah, I'm standing right in front of him.
So yeah, Alan.
Right in front of him.
Today? Is he looking like a happy guy?
You know, he has been dancing, he's been he's having a great time out here, and I'll tell you what, Jose Alvarado played such an important role on this New York Knicks team. Of course, he was traded to the Knicks, and he was coming off the bench, but the minutes he had at point guard, I watched all the games. Otis, you can back me up on this. When this man was on the court and Brunson wasn't, it felt like we were in good hands. I know a lot of people know him as the sneakster who would run around and get the ball and steal it from somebody coming through half court back before we got traded to the Knicks, but my goodness, the man made it happen. And there he goes. He's actually, okay, so they started playing Bad Bunny, and he ran down there. Of course, the man is a Puerto Rican native, and now he's dancing with Mike Brown. As soon as Bad Bunny came on, he had to sprint right down there. I don't know if we can still see him or not, but he's having a great time. You asked if the energy was high. He's probably the most energetic Knicks player I've seen out here yet. And his bus is leaving him. He's back there partying.
Oh, no,
Here he comes. Here he comes, right there.
Catch up. That's why they call him Grand Theft Alvarado, because He brings that energy, whether it's on the offensive end, but especially on the defensive end. He's a pest, man, with that sneaky move that he does.
Yeah.
You know, but
I would be hot.
exactly, if he pulled that on you, right? Come up from behind. Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, here we have one more bird's eye view of the floats that are now coming down the Canyon of Heroes. We see the players on the floats. We've got the big fat heads on the floats. We've got the families on the floats, and they are going to be ready to party.
Right. I got to ask you. So Alvarado comes back via the trade from the Pelicans, puts on that hometown uniform. What does that feel like, man? You know what that feels like to put on that hometown uniform in the NBA.
New York,
Yeah.
Knicks, hometown, Madison Square Garden. You put them all together because there's nothing like, you know, to this day when I walk in the Garden, it's that vibe, it's that feeling.
Yeah.
And the hometown, everything aligned for him, right? And I'm sure his journey has been rocky.
Yeah.
And now he gets to come to New York and win a championship. Lifetime.
Yeah.
Lifetime.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. But that's what, when you know, it helps you savor those moments, is getting over those challenges and just really embracing times like this. We have Chris Raggy. He's been over by that corner where the Wall Street Bull is placed, an iconic monument here. And Chris has got his headsets on because you know it's getting loud down where he is tonight. Chris, take it away.
And we're in a great spot right here on the corner of Broadway and Morris, right on Champions Way. You can see the band. We've got a perfect vantage point. Clyde Frazier just passed us a few moments ago. Again, it's high energy. And if we can quickly mention the Department of Sanitation, this thing has just started. The ticker tape has barely begun to fly. They have got so much work to do, and wait till you see how systematic they are. As soon as the last float passes through, they whip right through, clean the city up, and before you know it, in about an hour's time, everything's back to normal. So a big shout out to them. They're working hard today. And this is a fan base eager. Are we excited? They've been waiting for hours, and it's finally here.
Chris, I love seeing all the fans in the windows. We got some of them climbing the scaffolding there just to all get a great vantage point of everything.
It's exactly what the NYPD does not want them to do, climb the scaffolding. But it's hard to get anybody to behave right now. Let me tell you this. I was speaking with an officer before, and I'm not going to give away his name or his rank, but he said in his last 25 years of doing 20 New Year's Eves, the Yankees, the Giants, you name it, he has said this is going to eclipse this ×2. He said he's never seen anything like this, and we're just starting, and that is the best source. 18 New Year's Eves, and he's like, that doesn't even scratch the surface of what we're seeing here. So we've got ticker tape flying. We've got toilet paper everywhere. Now it's starting to rain, so it's going to make for a great mix here. But you know what? I hate to say it, you cannot rain on this parade. Everybody is so thrilled and so ready for this thing to go. Bring it on, Mother Nature, bring it on.
Absolutely. Well, I do feel bad for the sanitation that will have to be cleaning up that wet toilet paper. That's not going to be fun whatsoever. But as we see more floats make its way up the Canyon of Heroes, and we see Mayor Mamdani there hanging out with
leaning
Pat.
back.
Now, wow, how do you get that spot? But we have more coverage coming up for you. We have to take another quick 30-second pause. We're going to keep these photos up for you, though, so that you don't miss a beat of what is happening. We'll be right back.
Everything looks great. I just sign here?
No. It's a big day. Get the big pen!
The what?
Big pen!
Big pen time!
Here we go!
Big pen coming through! Keep it steady, Gary!
I'm trying.
Your big decisions are big for us too. 4-Leaf Federal Credit Union. Let's money together.
Hey, I need a big pen over here.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, if you can get access to a television or any mobile device, we would love for you to join us here for our live coverage of the Parade of Champions as we celebrate the New York Knicks and their long-awaited championship win. And look at that sign. Thank you, fans. I love it, because they know that they couldn't have made this road, all of the challenges that presented to them, the energy that the fans fed to them. And this is what this is really all about today.
Yep.
Is thanking the fans, right?
Yes.
So that they can be a part of this.
Yep. That's what it's all about. I mean, the players, they, of course, feel it because they go to practice every day. They play in these games. They suffer the wins and the losses. But along the way, the fans do as well. They might not practice, then they certainly don't play. But the ups and the downs, the emotional roller coaster that a NBA season entails, yes, they're along for the ride as well. And this is their payoff for them.
30-point deficit. The fans.
Reeled them back.
That was, we talk about this championship, the fans.
Yep.
All right, we have a Josh Hart sighting. Alan Devlin there now. Alan, tell us more.
We sure do. Yeah, so Josh Hart's, his float is right down here. I actually didn't see him walk by us earlier, so I'm glad we get to see him now. Josh Hart, another player that played such an important, significant role in this Knicks championship. One of the Villanova boys, of course, joining Jalen Brunson, DiVincenzo. Oh, DiVincenzo, of course, got traded away. We're not going to talk about that, though. Yep. But Josh Hart, in a conversation I had with Overmeyer, we spoke about this. Hart was basically the star of the Villanova championship team back when they were in college together. And when he took the role here with the Knicks, when they brought Hart to the Knicks alongside Brunson, of course, Brunson was ecstatic. There's a video of him. He found out about it up in, I think he was in a mall or something, but regardless, he was ecstatic. Hart took a backseat role. Hart was no longer the star. Hart became a role player, a backup player who gave incredible minutes, incredible defense, great three-point shots, made it happen, dependable, and boy, them rebounds. Oh, here he is right here. He walked right by us. I almost missed him. He got off the bus, got on the ground, walked right by us. Snuck right by me, Josh Hart, he did. My goodness, yeah, so they are everywhere. And then we've got Shamit's bus, Shamit's float right over here. We're trying to track him down. It is fast pace out here, guys. We're doing our absolute best trying to find all these people, because it is, and all the fans, of course, are filming. Yeah, there goes Josh Hart right there. There he goes. We found him again. Saying hey to all the fans. There we go. Circling back through, making sure he shows all the love to all these New York Knicks fans out here, who, of course, came to see him and all of his teammates and everybody involved in this championship win. Back over there by the buses again. I'm sure he's going to get back on at some point. You can't leave the Josh Hart float without Josh Hart, of course. Of course. More of the buses are now moving in right here. Where's Shaman? I don't see Shaman up on this float right here, so I do think he might have gotten off. Because who knows where they're going. They're having a good time.
Yeah,
they're enjoying
watch out
themselves,
for flying
right?
T-shirts
Everybody's
there.
enjoying
watch
themselves.
Watch out for the flying T-shirts coming off those double.
I hope I get hit with one. I'm trying to catch it.
And
I'm trying to catch one.
There it is. Frags, what's in front of you?
That's big time.
My
Mitchell
goodness,
Robinson.
another bus has just pulled up.
Look at this. Let me get out of the way of this truck. Look at this. Mitchell!
Mitch is wild.
Mitchell's getting some images for his portfolio there.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, good job.
Longest tenured Knick right there. He's seen the good.
You saw Mitch doing a little something for the Instagram before.
Yeah.
Guys, we're in position A here. It is so awesome. We're about 5 feet. We're standing on some of the rocks, so we can be eye level with the floats. I will say this, it's kind of hard to get the smile off your face, not only in light of the fact that the team won that all-elusive NBA championship, but everybody's in such a great mood down here. It kind of radiates from float to float. Thank you, guys.
Definitely.
And you know, Raggy, I'm thinking about these fans that have been standing out there for hours, that woke up way before the crack of dawn this morning just to catch a glimpse. It's a fleeting moment.
I mean, KJ, we're looking at 10, 20 rows deep in some spots. And we're down near the bottleneck, right at the, essentially the beginning of the parade. And it's even more crowded as we get closer to you up the Canyon of Heroes. I mean, everybody has come out to see this team. The one thing people have said over and over again is, Knick fandom is unlike any other franchise in this city. And you're really seeing it firsthand today. Everybody is elated not only to win a championship, but to be able to take place, to take part, I should say, in this celebration. It's massive. Young, old, you name it. People just want to be here to be a part of it.
And there comes the ticker tape, a tradition here in New York for 140 years. We can see it flying from the windows there. These guys taking their assignments very seriously. This is an important part of this parade. They've been shredding that paper all week to get it ready for these players and all of Knicks Nation. Let's talk about New York, the vibe in New York. I mean, listen, there's some great teams all across this nation. There's some great communities, great states, great cities. Rod, tell us about New York and what makes it so special.
Yeah, nothing like it. I mean, just the swag and energy.
Yeah.
Right? And then you also have the entertainment, and like I'm so excited about this because we talk about Fat Joe. I just heard the music of Jadakiss back there, and Michael Jackson got me hyped.
Yes.
But just to see what happened, Wu-Tang Clan, like you said, who knows what's going on the float?
Yeah.
They could be doing a concert.
Look at this massive humanity here.
Yeah.
And a great part of it, too, is, of course, New York is that melting pot. You see a lot of different faces here, getting along, cheer, common cheering, a common theme here. They're cheering on the New York Knicks. Look at all these different faces that you see there, side by side. No problem. Let's keep it that way.
And
keep it nice.
Yeah, keep it nice. Keep it nice. But it's like so great because as we've been taking this journey with our Knicks, for people that may not have been familiar with some of these players, we're learning about their backgrounds. We're learning about where they went to school, where they grew up, where they were born. And so many New Yorkers can identify where these guys have come from and relate to their stories of a dream that they also had as a child to someday play basketball.
And that's Jordan Clarkson there. He's been on a number of teams. Very important to this Knick culture. A veteran, whether he's playing or not, he has some input on this team. He shows leadership. A couple of those other guys on there are NBA players from other teams that have infiltrated.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I saw that. But they're friends of Jordan Clarkson, so it's all good. We're the champions today. And you got this is interesting. Mikal Bridges has on Pacom Dadier's jersey. Now he is a rookie with the team. He's from he played in the German league last year, and I remember interviewing them after they clinched the championship. They joined Mikal Bridges, and he was talking about how proud he was of those guys, and they talked about how they learned from the veteran, how they know how to behave, how they know when they get their call on the court they have to perform. And Mikal said something that was very surprising. He said, we have faith in all of the guys, even these guys who hardly get in the games. We believe that if we put them in the game, they will help contribute in some way.
And so that's his way of giving him
and he put it in the front so everybody sees it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's a real team player.
Team.
And that is something that we saw from this New York Knicks team. They really gelled, they really became close, and they were so focused. And even throughout this tournament, nothing rattled them. Even after a win, they were like, still got more work to do.
Job's not done.
After a loss, we're going to learn from our mistakes. Is it hard to stay in that kind of mindset?
Well, not when you're champions. but that starts out with the leadership from top to bottom, and I still say it goes back to Jalen Brunson.
I think it also goes back to no matter where it is in the series, they were talking about we're playing like a desperate team.
Yes.
We're playing like it's 0-0 trying to get that first win, even though they were up 3-1 and ready on the verge of winning an NBA championship.
Yeah, and this is proof here from these pictures that we're seeing here from high above Broadway as they make their way up the Canyon of Heroes for this long-standing tradition to celebrate various achievements and milestones here in New York City. We were expecting what we heard from city officials, a number in the millions, and granted, it's going to be really difficult to get a true head count, but just judging from these pictures, I haven't seen Broadway look like this in a long time.
No doubt.
For sure.
It's a beautiful sight, though, isn't it? Just
all right, guys, who do we see here on this float?
Let's see.
I can't see.
I cannot tell.
We've got a trophy on that float.
Yeah.
Dylan Jones we have there.
This is my fellow Jayhawk right here getting off right there. He won a natty.
Yep. And I love how these guys are like, you know what? I'm going to get off this float and I'm going to get some FaceTime with these fans.
That's got to be
Have
fun.
to.
That's great.
Have to.
Yeah.
This has got to be so fun for them to be able to be off the court here, to celebrate, and to be up close with these people that really, without them,
Deuce, Miles McBride. Miles McBride coming through.
They won the NBA Cup as well over the San Antonio Spurs. So that's the NBA Cup right there. They beat the Spurs in that, and they beat them with the gentleman's sweep in the NBA Finals, 4 games to 1, which ironically in 1999, the Spurs did that to the Knicks. So exacted a little bit of revenge. Rick Brunson was on the 99 team. His son exacts a little revenge. I mean, it all comes full circle.
All came full circle.
All right.
Absolutely.
Miles McBride right there.
Yep.
There's Pacom Dadio right there with the tank top. That's what I was talking about. Miles Bridges wearing
I
Miles
love
McBride.
that.
I mean,
love that.
Imagine those guys, those young guys. Imagine those guys, how they feel.
First, second year, you got a natty already? I mean, not a natty, but
that sign there on that
NBA
float
Finals.
saying this is happening.
Yes.
To remind them this is not a dream. This is not a dream.
You know what's crazy is like a lot of people, because, you know, on game days or in between game days, we do a lot of man on the street interviews, and a lot of people, a lot of Knicks fans wearing their jerseys. I asked them, how's it feel to be a Knicks fan right now? And they talked about the pride. They talked about in the past, people ridicule them for wearing a Knicks jersey. We're talking about the #1 market in the country, one of the franchises that the NBA puts out front. You know, and people ridicule you. Well, now they can't do that.
Yeah.
You are a champion. Next year, there's always next year. Well, next year is this year.
Right.
They got it done.
They got it.
All right, we got to give a shout out to our cheerleaders to entertain the crowd, the city dancers, the Knicks City dancers to
There's Jalen.
entertain the crowd. We got Jalen now.
Yep, he's right there behind the camera. There he is.
And there's his wife and his cute little daughter.
Tracy Morgan's on there.
Oh, there's Tracy. I was wondering where Tracy was.
Hustle man.
Tracy, a familiar face there courtside for a team that he is so passionate about.
I'm still looking for Spike. Oh, there you go. I'm still looking for Spike.
He always said Spike's on the back. Alan just said Spike's on the back.
Let's see if I'm sure we're going to get him if he's there.
Go Rick.
Yeah. Spike Lee on the back of that parade route, guys. We're going to get him up here. He moved to the other side. He's on the other side of the parade, the float right now. But he's up there. I promise. I saw him.
Tell him you know me. Tell him you know Rod Strickland. He'll come around.
If I can hear him, look, if he can hear me, I'm going to let him know. I'm going to let him know.
Yeah. Yep. Tracy Morgan right there.
You know, I'd like to continue our conversation about the leadership that Jalen Brunson brought to this team. You know, some fans may not know that he agreed to a pay cut to bring in some players to strengthen this roster. And then just watching him through all the adversity, some people were doubters. People were saying he wasn't a 1A player. There were some people that were saying, you know, during some of the tougher times, is this the guy who we are looking to be our captain? And he just kept focused. He kept moving forward. And even during the tournament, there was some bad calls. I'm sorry, but there were some bad calls by those.
Pushed him down.
Pushing him down.
Yeah.
And he just said, you know, it's in the past. All I can control is the future.
I think
and
that's
my contribution.
That's a testament to his father. That's the testament to his father teaching him about the mental game more than anything. You can't lunge out and swing on Wemby because he pushed you down. You got to stay in the moment and understand the severity of the game itself. And your presence, this is the guy that's the most important player on the court, right? So he knows that he can't do those sort of things. And a certain former WNBA player who is a WNBA champion coach said that Jalen Brunson's not a 1A player. And a 1A player at his size cannot win an NBA championship. Well, we have footage that shows that he can win a championship, and he's holding that the NBA Larry O'Brien trophy.
All right, somebody bought some drinks.
It just shows.
To the parade. Just pointing that out there. As we have these live pictures. But as a professional player there, Rod, you know, how important is that aspect of the game with these characteristics that Otis was just talking about to be a complete player?
Yeah, super important. I call it basketball character. You know, and he has a lot of basketball character. Very focused, very intentional, right? He had the wherewithal or the foresight to understand that I'm in New York. I want to win. If I take all this money, I may not get the people around me, so I'm going to take the less money. We're going to try to win this championship. I'm going to win the championship, and now I'm going to run the city.
The king of New York. They call him that.
But I really think he's intentional, he's focused, he's mature, and he understood that. And if that's your leader, and just one real quick back to the 6'2" thing.
Yeah.
I love it so much because we start putting patterns in the game. You know, like you talk about analytics, you talk about size, height, and length.
Yeah.
Well, a player is a player, and if you're really special and you're really good, you can be 6'2", you can be him.
Yeah. A quick question. Actually, let's go to Chris Raggy with Josh Hart. I'll get you. What's up, Raggy?
We've got Josh Hart's float approaching right now. He's got the cigar. Josh Hart taking in what has got to be a top 10 day. You win a championship and then you get millions of people celebrating everything you've done. These guys are having a blast. Every float that goes by, they're having an awesome time. And if I could just kind of conversation from before. Otis, you said it best. He's now the king of New York. He's on the Mount Rushmore of top Knicks. Something tells me that pay cut he took, or taking less money, I should say, he's gonna get that and then some in return.
There you go.
Yeah. He's just patient, man. Let's put it like that. He showed a little patience, but yes, it was business savvy.
It worked.
Yep, it sure did.
Hey, Chris, how are you, baby? Good to see you.
And Rod, I was wondering, you've coached your son, right?
Yes.
What is that dynamic like?
Well,
because Rick Brunson
is
on a staff that his son is really getting off and everything like that. But what's that dynamic like?
Oh, it can be tricky.
Yeah.
I mean, you can even think about the times they kind of show their conflict.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Because sometimes family stuff can roll over to the basketball stuff and vice versa.
Right.
So it's a unique dynamic. But I loved coaching my sons, and there were those moments, but I had one for 1 year and the other for 2, and it was the best time of my life because I think it brought us closer together, had us in a daily, you know, they were in college, I'm doing my thing.
Right.
Now we were able to be in one area every day and kind of get a feel us over again.
Of course.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed it big time. There's some tricky dynamics to it.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't trade it. I would not trade that moment.
Nice.
Just seeing this float going by, we saw Fat Joe and some other folks there with some microphones. I think they're trying to get the crowd in there with some interaction to keep them going and to make sure that they're all feeling a part of this celebration. But you can see the confetti coming down.
Yeah.
People are accumulating it on their clothes, on their hair. It's going to probably be stuck in their shoes and in their ears for all we know at the end of this day.
Yeah.
But there we go. There we go. We see so many folks now getting this moment that they've been waiting for years. Could that be Spike there at the end?
At the back.
Yeah,
It looks like him.
Yeah, because we see Brunson at the front, and we heard Spike Lee was at the back.
Yep.
Is it true that he still pays for his own season tickets?
I think so.
Is that true?
I think so.
I heard that. I heard that.
I don't know if that would be me, but he can do it.
Good for Spike. Yes, and we've got another youth band here playing a part in all of this excitement. Again, just reiterating how important it is for New York City youth across the tri-state area to be a part of this. And there we see Clarkson with a massive smile on his face, ready to celebrate.
And you were talking about he was the first Filipino to win an NBA title.
Yep.
Can you talk about the pride that comes along with that?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, when you think of Filipinos, you don't really think of professional basketball players, do you?
Right.
I mean, it's amazing. And the Filipino culture takes such pride in people that have achieved success. And they want to support them. And every Filipino that you meet, after 5 minutes of meeting them, they're your auntie, or they're your uncle, you know, or they're your cousin. So it really is sense of a we see Martha Stewart there, but in the Filipino culture, everybody is family. So I know that having him on this team, and with all the Filipinos that have chosen the tri-state area as their new home to bring up their children, this is somebody that they can look to and say, hey, look at what he did with his life. You can do this too.
Inspiration.
And I'd love some lumpia.
Yes.
Can I get some lumpia,
Well,
please?
you know, he had an Instagram post recently where he was talking about all the great Filipino restaurants across the city to make sure that everybody knew. But let's go Knicks, as those signs say, the city of champions. Go New York, go. We've got the confetti flying. We've got Jalen Brunson with the trophy. Jalen looking pretty chill here this afternoon.
But he usually is.
Chill. Yeah,
he usually is.
He's a chill
His
guy.
father, now that's a different story. And he talked about taking all Jalen's trophies. He said he doesn't have any trophies at his own home. He has every one of them. He was going to take his MVP from the finals, from the Eastern Conference Finals. In a few minutes, he's going to have that World Championship trophy in his mitts as well. He's right to Jalen's right.
So I'm thinking of all the other New York teams here, because, you know, Rod, you were talking about how, you know, when you were playing, this is the epitome of what you want.
Dylan Jones got off the float.
And when we see, you know, other teams that have achieved the success, there's a part of you that's like, oh, you know, I just missed out. But now I'm thinking about the Jets. I'm thinking about the Giants. I'm thinking about the Yankees and the Mets.
Yeah.
Is there some of that too with these other teams here in New York, looking
absolutely.
here at our Knicks going, oh man, I want some of that?
We got to step up our game. The Knicks done set, you know, they done set what it is.
Yeah.
And, you know, our New York has, you know, a great sports history. So, you know, the Yankees had their time and everyone Giants and all of that.
Yeah.
But now it's the Knicks time, and I think those guys have to be looking at this saying, I want some of that. I want that parade.
And we heard from Breece Hall and Geno Smith earlier this week. They talked about this very thing that you're talking about, Christine. And Breece Hall was saying he's good friends with Tyler Kolek, and they were eating wings, and he was congratulating them, but he was like, man, I got to get that too. You know, it was a healthy inspiration, motivation that he felt. And Geno Smith said the same thing. I'm sure, you know, Aaron Judge. I mean, Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson threw out the first pitch last night at the Yankee game, and I know they were in the clubhouse. So that winner's feel was in the clubhouse. Yankees are close, right? Just 2 years ago, they were in the World Series. They are close, but that winning spirit was in the clubhouse, and they were feeding off of that.
And I can't forget our hockey teams too. We got to put the Rangers in there as well.
Absolutely.
None of them make the playoffs, though.
I know, but you know what?
Rough one.
Here we are today. This is what is possible. So let's go to Doug Williams one more time along that parade route. Doug was in San Antonio when our team won that championship. Doug, that was such a great moment for you. I mean, there were moments I know that you were like, am I dreaming or is this real? And here you are once again, Doug. Bring us to this parade.
it really, that feeling that you're talking about, KJ, hasn't stopped. Really because New York City, as you guys have been talking about, is just a different vibe right now. And what we've seen so far this morning is a culmination of that. It just is different. And, you know, being on the court in San Antonio, having the chance to interview John Starks, Clyde, and seeing them sort of in their hands, they put them down for the interview, but they had cigars, stogies, they're celebrating. And one of the things that John Starks said so humbly was, you know, I like to think I played a part in this, and I sort of had to tell him in real time, you did. Because if you've interviewed so many of these former Knicks, it's part of why I'm so happy we have Rod with us this morning. So many former Knicks, if they've given any wisdom to the current roster and the current players, they have benefited from that experience. And Knicks that really wish that this had happened to them in their playing career and got close, unable to ultimately win a championship, but they have played a role in this. That's been really one of the highlights of seeing them go by in this parade. Hard to even give you a highlight. Seeing Mitchell Robinson by himself in his truck, which is, by the way, not a parade float. He actually drives that thing to and from the Garden. That was incredible. We got a shout-out, Channel 2 shout-out from Wu-Tang Clan, which, again, I can die happy. And just watching the jubilation, the excitement, has really been magical. You see floats go by sometimes where you're wondering, oh, maybe there's no players on this float, it's fans, that kind of thing. And oh, there's Martha Stewart, she's on that. It's just, you can't believe your eyes when you see some of the VIPs making their way through. I don't want this to end. I can't imagine we have too many floats left. Jalen Brunson's float went by with Spike Lee just moments ago. But again, the fans here are treated to such a show, and what a show it's been since the start of these playoffs, not knowing whether this team was hot and cold for so much of the regular season would be able to put together a run like they did. Clearly saving themselves and saving their best for when it counted. And, you know, Rod and Otis and KJ, I can't help but think about Tom Thibodeau, the years that he put in working this Knicks core into becoming what it became. Mike Brown inherits a team that was experienced, ready to win. And sure enough, they were exactly that. So it's just a fascinating thing, a roster full of guys with a chip on their shoulder, a head coach with a chip on his shoulder, and it worked together and actually perfectly represents the city that is celebrating them today, guys.
And now they have a chip in their hands.
When, yeah, absolutely. But you were nodding your head when he mentioned Thibodeau there. What were your thoughts on that?
No, we cannot forget Tom Thibodeau, and I'm glad he said that, because if I'd have walked out of here not mentioning that, I would have felt bad.
Yeah.
Because the New York Knicks were struggling 5-6 years ago. They hired Tim Thibodeau to change this course and bring some stability and focus, and he did that.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, you can't finish the job, but he was a big part of what's happened. And Mike Brown was that piece to take it over the top. Probably needed a different voice, a different way with these players that Thibodeau had for so long. But we can't forget about Tom Thibodeau started what is being finished today.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
We want to go to Chris Raggy, who's got a great view of Brunson. Brunson actually starting to show some life, dancing and grooving there with his wife to some of the music, Chris. Come on, let's go.
Well, you know what? He has been pretty astute this entire playoff series, taking the low-key approach, and now it looks like he's kind of taking it all in and kind of letting loose a little bit. It was good to see. Holding the trophy, dancing a little bit, having a little fun out here. This is such a great environment. A couple more floats coming down, but the people here, they are going crazy. Deuce McBride actually brought some champagne bottles to the crowd, and we may have been rolling on it, you saw it, and they were exploding champagne all over the crowd. So it's an added element of what you probably thought you weren't going to get when you came to the parade today, but people are soaking wet over there from champagne. You know, there's Ben Stiller, just went by us right there. He's got the cat t-shirt on. I don't know if you guys saw before. I know we've been talking about a lot of names. Stephon Marbury, we saw him go by on one of the floats. Hey, there we go. Good job. Good job. And also, we may have been rolling it at the time. Mike Breen went by and blew me a kiss. And if you're wondering why Mike Breen blew me a kiss, Mike and I go way, way back to our NBC Sports Day. Back in 2002 to 2005, Mike and I were the #3 NBA broadcast team. And we also did the WNBA together. And now, all these years later, Mike Breen has provided the narration to one of the best NBA championships in the history of basketball. And here I am, standing on this rock.
Oh, well, Rag.
It's so great to see.
Yeah, well, Raggy.
So many familiar faces. But back to you guys. Yeah.
Mike Breen.
Standing on a rock isn't so bad when you're
the,
covering a New York City team.
Otis, one of the all-time greats, Mike Breen.
Yes,
One of the all-time greats.
I get a chance to chat with
yes,
him.
I'll take standing on this rock any day.
There you go. Solid as a rock, Rags. But I get to speak with, I have the pleasure and the honor of talking to Mike Breen before games, and he talks about what he's looking for. And just, he's a New Yorker, you know, and to call the games of his team, you know what I mean? It's just crazy, you know. But back to Tom Thibodeau. It's like Buck Showalter with the Yankees. Got him to a point. Joe Torre comes in and wins everything, you know. So you have to give credit to both of them. We weren't going to let you get out of here without talking about Tibbs,
like
because he's very instrumental in the process and in the progress of this movement.
It's like my guy, our fellow New York Knicks, Mark
Jackson, of course.
At Golden State Warriors. He put that fire in them.
Yep.
He made them believe.
Yep.
And then, you know, Steve Kerr came, but you know.
And you want to talk about pressure? I mean, come on. Mike Brown comes in. He wasn't the first choice, but he ended up being the best choice. He pushed all the right buttons. And again, we talked about using the bench more than Tibbs did, and look at what was the thing that got them over the top, the bench play, and God, that depth.
Absolutely. Some really great points there, guys. We're going to take another quick pause here as we continue to celebrate our New York Knicks. Those pictures will not disappear from your screen. 30 seconds right now.
Everything looks great. Did I just sign here?
No. It's a big day. Get the big pen!
The what?
Big pen! Big pen time! Here we go! Big pen coming through! Keep it steady, Gary!
I'm trying.
Your big decisions are big for us too. 4-Leaf Federal Credit Union. Let's money together.
Hey, I need a big pen over here.
All right, we are back, and we're seeing some action here on the streets. I'm not sure if some of these players, it looks as though that they are out there in the crowd.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we've got a trophy. People just want to touch the trophy. Is that Jalen?
That's Miles McBride, definitely there touching it with the gray on. That's Miles McBride.
I can't tell if that's Jalen or not.
I can't either. Let's get a better view here. Yep, Jalen.
Oh, man, Jalen out on the street, walking the street, holding a trophy that he has worked so hard for.
I remember in 2004, leading up to the Olympics, I had the honor of running with the torch through Harlem, and it was supposed to be a mile that I had to run. So I would jog over. When I'm running out of breath, I run to the side and let people touch it so I can take a break. That's what they're doing right here. But I was so tired. I made it through. I had about 4 or 5 of those kind of stops just to catch my breath. But what a moment for those fans to be able to touch it.
Absolutely.
Prior to this, all they can do is watch it, watch the ceremony, watch other players of other teams hoist it up, and now they get to touch it. They'll never forget that.
Get to celebrate together.
Yep.
And these fans aren't going to forget it either. To be able to be so close to some of their heroes and their players in this kind of setting, celebrating being the best team in the NBA, just an amazing feeling and something that they're going to be passing down to their children. And hey,
there he
is.
The
man. Oh my God,
there he is. He's waited a long time for this too, hasn't he?
Yeah, he might need a championship ring.
I think he might get one. I think a lot of those guys are going to get a chance to get. Oh, there's Derek Zoolander. Oh no, Ben Stiller.
Yeah, Ben Stiller. And you know, another one of our team members here that we haven't heard from in just a little bit is Dick Brennan. He's actually stationed here at City Hall with us. But Dick, who is an avid sports fan, all of the New York teams, we saw him interviewing all of the former New York Knicks champions, and Dick is going to be standing by to give us some more analysis. But right now, we need to go to Dick Brennan. I believe he has a good eye. I'm sorry, on Doug Williams. Excuse me. I believe he's got Patrick Ewing in sight, Doug. All right, actually, let's go back with our original plan. We've got Dick Brennan here with us here at City Hall. Dick, you know how these live events happen. You think you see somebody and then they pass right by you. But I wanted to get you in on this, Dick, because you've been waiting for this for a while. You were out covering all of the playoff runs, talking to the fans, talking to some of those Knicks legends. What are you thinking here as you take all of this in?
Well, taking it all in, Christine, is fascinating to me because over the past, it's April 15th when the playoffs started. It's been months, the playoff process. And this year, we talked about this. So many people got the chance to go to these watch parties, even though they couldn't afford to go inside the Garden. So this camaraderie started to develop around the city over the past few months, something I've never seen before. I've lived here my whole life. And only around this sport, it seems. There's something about the sport of basketball. And today is the culmination of that entire camaraderie, it seems. The city is finally, you know, we've been on the yellow brick road for 2 months, but now we're all in Oz. We're in paradise at long last. And in this spot right here in City Hall where we all are, I can tell you, starting to fill in, and the mayor also put up a lottery for just plain folks who can come in, and there'll be a few hundred of those who'll get a chance to see this. Aside from the VIPs, we just saw Chris Christie walk in, and those types of people, just plain folks are going to be here. But I got to tell you, for me as a Knicks fan my whole life, to see this, you know, Spike Lee, I did get a chance to interview him over the course of the last couple of weeks, and I asked him about that great game, the Anunoby game, and he said, this is better when the ball, than when the ball went through Buckner's legs, meaning when the Red Sox lost. So that gives you an idea of how much excitement has been built up all these years.
Absolutely.
There's Patrick.
Go ahead.
Patrick Ewing, one of your former teammates. Tell us a little bit about Patrick, because now there's this whole, where does Jalen Brunson fit in the Knick legacy? Obviously, he won a title. He's Mr. Clutch. He's NBA Finals guy. Let's talk about Patrick Ewing, though, and his place in Knick history.
Yeah, absolutely.
You played with him.
So, again, I had a conversation with Mark Jackson yesterday, and he talked a lot about Patrick Ewing. And, Marcus said Patrick Ewing is the greatest Knick of all time. Now, Jalen Brunson has done something incredible. He's done something Pat was not able to do. But only time will tell where Jalen Brunson fits, but we know he fits high.
Oh, he's up there.
We know he's way up there. But it's just a matter of time, and I think I heard Rick Brunson say that, which I thought was great, especially in these times where young people sometimes don't want to give the older their proper respect. And, so Pat, fierce competitor, great teammate, winner, just couldn't get there with that number 23.
Yeah, I heard that some pundit was talking about if it was LeVar Ball and his son won, he definitely wouldn't say something like that. He'd say, no, he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. He's better than Michael. You know what I mean? So, it's the humility and a lot of people thought he was kind of jabbing him a little bit to keep him focused, even in this winning time, to keep him focused on the prize.
But it was the right thing to say.
I believe so, too, because I think of it as well as, like, Patrick has done so much. The length of the career, Brunson's been here 4 years. True, he did something, like you said, that Pat hasn't done. But Pat, he was the man. I mean, let's not forget, he was the man.
Absolutely.
Hoya paranoia.
And he still is. He still is when he walks into a room.
Oh, he certainly
absolutely
commands that.
And speaking of being the man, we've had several men about town this week. What's it been like, you know, for all of these players? They've been on all the talk shows. They've been on all the morning shows. They're getting standing ovations when they walk into a restaurant. This is quite a high that they're riding right now. They must be exhausted coming here.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I don't know how that feels. No. But, you know, incredible, man.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely incredible.
I think the fans and the excitement keeps them up. Even if they were tired before this type of thing, up the Canyon of Heroes, it's definitely uplifting and invigorating to them.
This is it.
This is what they're riding. This is the
This is it. I mean,
here?
Man.
Doing it here?
I know. It is like reaching the summit.
Yeah,
is what it feels like when you win a championship for a New York team.
And Rod, I know you wanted to say something about Mike Brown. We talked about
Was that Jon Stewart?
Probably so. Everybody's on it. Everybody.
I couldn't tell. If it wasn't, it was his doppelganger.
Oh man! But you wanted to say a little bit about Mike Brown.
I just want, because like we talked about Thibodeau, but Mike Brown was in a situation where he had to do this.
Had to.
He was expected to do this. And then he comes in, different personality, maybe a different game plan than Tom Thibodeau, so he has to get the credibility of his players.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think Mike Brown was great because I know Mike Brown.
Yeah.
He was assistant coach when I was in Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's my guy.
Yes.
So I know his personality.
Yeah.
Great guy, you know, affable, but then he got some dog in him.
Oh.
So
yes.
he has that ability to be both of that.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably what they needed at this time. And I thought he was just tremendous at doing it, and it's tough.
And now he has 5 NBA championships,
Yes.
4 as an assistant coach.
Yes.
First African, I'll say it in a second. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just wanted to go to Steve Overmeyer. He's on the parade route as we continue to monitor here things at City Hall, because it looks as though they are definitely making their way closer here up Broadway.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to take that right turn and start to join the party here, the crowds that are waiting them. But Steve Overmeyer, I know that you're right along that turn there. You're starting to see some of the folks getting excited.
Yeah, I think this is what's been happening, is everybody has just been waiting for such a long time to see some of the players that finally it's an eruption and everybody is starting to see the players. Now here they go. This is what it's about. This is about the fans thanking the players for what they did for them. This is as much of a championship for the city of New York as it is for the Knicks themselves. For the city, it's almost like we're celebrating a little bit of relief that's taken so long for us to be able to celebrate a Knicks championship. But yes, they are about to stop through here, everybody's diving after the T-shirts now. I mean, we're always going to have a free-for-all. But at this point now, I think everybody is ready to see. I believe Jalen Brunson could be coming sometime soon. So I think they're just kind of saving their energy for when Brunson comes around the corner.
Absolutely, and you know, just to give our viewers a sense of all the vantage points that we're showing you. You know, Alan and Doug were at the furthest point of Manhattan, where the players were entering onto their floats, where they made their arrivals. They made their way up north to Broadway. It's only a 0.7-mile distance. So many of us walk more than that if you're commuting here in New York City and you live in New York City. But so many fans made it a point to not miss this day and pack one after another, shoulder to shoulder, against strangers, just to catch a glimpse of these players and take in the energy that has absolutely united this city. So now let's go to Dick Brennan once again here at City Hall, where we're starting to see some action taking place here, Dick.
Yeah, and some celebrity watching. Clyde Frazier just came in. We can pan over. You see him sitting there in his, as the security guards just step in front of him. But he's wearing his somewhat muted multicolors, people taking pictures there. They just announced here that the program is starting momentarily, and now there's a band on the stage. So we can only perhaps be a few minutes away. We can see people taking
taking the stage, and people have been practicing all day long. But I think momentarily is very much a TV momentarily, because so many of these seats are not filled in, and we know the buses are still rolling. So it could be any minute, but minute could be very flexible. In the meantime, Frazier is going to have to wait a little while longer, Christine.
Well, I don't think he'll mind, because there's a lot of people here that I'm sure are going to want to be taking pictures to commemorate this time. But we are sitting here waiting for everyone to arrive here at City Hall, where the official ceremony of handing the keys over to the Knicks team and the players will take place. What's not quite clear right now, unless that has changed since I left the newsroom this morning, is whether or not the team will be stopping for lunch once they get here to City Hall. But we do know that there will be a little bit of a lull to get it reorganized. I'm sure the team just needs to probably stretch their legs, take a moment here before they accept this really high honor, accepting the keys to the city. And of course, we'll hear from the speeches, and something that I cannot wait for. We're hearing Alicia Keys will be here to perform, and I expect a lot of goosebumps will happen. Steve Obermeyer, once again, right there towards the end of this procession, where that corner happens to turn into City Hall. A lot of fans getting a very close view, Steve.
Yeah, they're getting a good look at Ben Stiller right now in the front of his floats, and you're seeing exactly how we're in it's the ownership float is what we're seeing right now, and I think Ben Stiller is a great representation of what the Knicks celebrity fandom kind of has become. It's almost like when you go to a Knicks game, it's partly for the game itself, but then who's going to be sitting on the front row? Who's on Celebrity Row? And Ben Stiller, Spike Lee, Matt Joe, they're always there. Timothy Chalamet, we've seen him quite a bit during this run. But I think that that's one of the other things that just, it brings so much more pride to New York, is to be able to see all of these true New York celebrities being behind this as well.
Absolutely. So we see the ownership team float there. We saw James Dolan and the bright colored blazer that he is wearing. This has been a long time coming for that man. And then we see some of the other buses, those double-decker buses that have been all wrapped in Knicks colors and Knicks slogans that are bringing in some other VIPs and also members of the Knicks staff and other people that have really just worked so hard behind the scenes to make all of this run so smoothly. And there are the fans all there to greet them. This will all eventually culminate here at City Hall. Well, Mayor Mamdani, and we also saw Governor Hochul there on the float, so I'm assuming that she's going to make her way here to City Hall. Who did you notice somebody? Oh, there he is.
Landry Shamet getting his groove on.
Absolutely. They're dancing to their own music today. No soundtrack required, I don't think, when you're having this type of celebration, for sure. But let's go back to Doug Williams along the parade route. Doug, anybody interesting that you're seeing your way?
Well, the parade has now passed us by. By the way, before I get to Patrick Ewing, I can't help but think that I've provided Dick Brennan with the perfect icebreaker, because after Game 5 in San Antonio, I had the pleasure of telling Walt Clyde Frazier that he was Dick Brennan's hero. So, Dick, do with that what you will. You'll be able to, at City Hall, say, hey, I'm that guy. You're my hero. But just one of the things that the Knicks did a great job of in this parade procession was from start to finish a who's who, not just of celebrities, not just of Knicks current players, but Knicks former players. And towards the back of the parade route, sitting in a convertible, was Patrick Ewing. So I wandered out into the street to ask him a couple questions, could barely hear his responses. Let's take a listen. Meaning to you right now?
This team means a significant amount, not only does to me, but to the whole city. Look at how all these people are coming out to celebrate them. It's a great feeling.
Thank you so much. I mean, again, Knicks alums don't have to do this. They don't have to remain such a part of the Knicks organization. They don't have to tutor players. They don't have to be in the parade. Some would be forgiven for it being so painful to never have done it themselves, to hold back some sort of resentment that they weren't able to get it done, and now they're at someone else's parade for a different team of players wearing the uniform. What the Knicks alumni have done is stay involved throughout, through the difficult years and through the success of the last few. And seeing Patrick Ewing, one of the greatest to ever play the game, one of the greatest to not win a championship, being able to enjoy his part in the organization and in San Antonio, it was almost like I broke the news to John Starks. He said, as a member of the organization, I said, wait, that means you're getting a ring. And he stood back and sort of realized, I guess it does. And I think for them, it is so well deserved. I wish I could tell them just how much they mean to this city still, because the pain that has been endured, the almost for generations, are part of what makes this so sweet today. And Knicks history is something to celebrate, and it's part of what we're celebrating in celebrating Knicks history. First championship in 53 years today, guys.
Yeah, and Doug, they know. They know about the pain and suffering because they're out with the fans. The fans are talking to them. They're commiserating with them as well, because it's frustrating to them. They want that championship. They wanted this so bad. And I know John Starks personally, know Patrick Ewing. They really, truly wanted someone else to win one. That look of relief on their faces after the Knicks won the title is ever etched in my mind. And seeing them, being rewarded as well, it's a great feeling, man. This whole thing has been great.
Rod, what do you think about that?
No, I think he said it all. He said it the best. I mean, I've been to games. I've sat with the alumni, all the guys. I've seen the energy. I hear how they speak, the intensity. Yeah. I see John Starks, Steph about to go on the court. So this is big for us.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the man who found a rock to get a better view of this parade route. Chris Raggy. Who do you got there with you, Rags?
Maybe I've got a future at Prudential after this. I've got with me, because we are now at the tail end, I wanted to get a little reaction. So these two gentlemen, Al and Ty, came up to me. And Al, you've been a fan for how long?
65 years.
Was the wait worth it?
Hell yeah.
Ty, what was this like for you? To be
Hell yeah, like he just said.
Where did you the last championship back in 73, where did you see that?
My daughter was born, and I seen that in a bar.
Okay.
So the first one I seen in a barbershop on a black and white TV. But this is it.
Yep.
I'm in heaven.
This is great, right?
I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless.
Well,
I'm actually speechless.
Now you've got the memories of a championship and this parade. This is pretty cool, right?
It was cool. It was the best. Like OG said it. This is too cool.
Yep. Cool. Guys, thank you again. Appreciate it. Good to see you both, all right? Seriously. Go ahead. Here's to another one next year. So it just goes to show you the quick exodus. Everybody is now cleared out. Now the cleanup begins. I know you've got all the action coming to you at City Hall right now, but this was superb down here. We had such a blast. It was so great to see the fans so engaged and the players getting off the floats and engaging with the fans and kind of giving them a big thank you for everything that they've endured over the years. And one last note on Patrick Ewing. You are not a basketball fan if you do not love Patrick Ewing. I remember still shedding a tear as a Georgetown. He made me a Georgetown fan, and watching Harold Jensen rain those threes down in the 1985 when he played for Villanova and then losing the national championship. I still remember that. And one of my best sports moments was when the Knicks won the lottery and I knew Patrick was coming to New York. So it's been a roller coaster for the past 40 years, but I'll tell you right now, if you're a Knicks fan, you are riding high. You can use this NBA championship equity for quite some time.
Rags, I can't let you get out of here without saying, did that guy say his daughter was born and he was in a bar? Wait a minute, man. I know we're celebrating, we're trying to gloss over stuff, but I can't gloss over that.
He didn't know what he was saying. He didn't mean that.
I don't think he meant that. He meant to say that he was watching it on black and white television at the bar.
Oh, wait a minute. Something's going on here. We got Daryl Mack,
I didn't want to ask a follow-up, Otis.
I hear you, man.
Otis, I didn't want to ask a follow-up. But I will say this. This city these fans, they understood the assignment, man. This was pretty awesome out here.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and it looks like it snowed there where you are with all of the confetti there on the ground. But in about an hour, exactly. Well, I was going to say in about an hour or so, you will never know that a ticker tape parade happened along that route there because our New York Sanitation Department acts so quickly and moves in so swiftly to clean up these streets.
We got a rap royalty right there, hip hop royalty right in the middle of the screen. Daryl Mack Daniels of Run DMC right there. King of rock, there is none higher.
Yeah, I mean, all of their hits back in the day. Oh, right. We have one of the youngest Knicks fans right there.
Wait, hold on. The littlest Patrick Ewing fan. How old?
He's 8 months.
8 months, and a huge Ewing fan, huh?
Oh, of course. Classic.
That's where it started. I was born in 72, and then this is my grandson, and now he's born for.
Wait a second, you're a grandmother?
Yes.
Holy mackerel.
These are my children.
You are a beautiful family. Look, hey, did you have a great time today?
Oh, a wonderful time. A wonderful time.
Thank you so much.
It's amazing.
To be a part of this is really, really cool. And what? Have a great rest of the day. Good luck. Bye, guys.
That parade,
Sorry, guys, I can't hear you. Took the headset off, but what a beautiful family, and they're starting the Ewing fandom early. So I mean, that kid's off to a good start. Let's go back to you.
All right, I think that's Chris's way of telling me that he's not going to listen to me anymore when he takes those headsets off. He's like, I've had enough of you.
Monica McNutt.
But I was just going to, oh, there she is. Yeah, I was just going to say that baby is exhausted after having experienced that parade.
And I had the pleasure of holding that after the Knicks won in San Antonio.
Is it heavy?
Yes, it is. Deceivingly, I yoked it up. I still yoked it up, but it was, surprisingly a little heavy. I curled it a couple times and yoked it up. See how easy she's holding it? She got some guns, though.
And Monica, one of the announcers.
Yeah, radio play-by-play.
Color. Absolutely,
yeah.
and she had a few great reactions that we saw on social media there, where the cameras were turned to her, especially during Game 4 when OG tipped in that basket. I think that was so much fun for me to be able to see the reaction of all the announcers, because they're fans too, they're viewers too.
I asked her, since she works for MSG. Among other places, I asked her after the game, you getting a ring? You getting a ring? She's like, started pointing to her finger, like, yeah, I better at least get a replica or something.
Right.
So she's getting a ring. I think Spike is going to get a ring. All those guys. It's incredible.
Well, they deserve it. So it's only not even been a week since we were watching what would have been, we didn't know it when it started, the Game 5 of the NBA Finals against the San Antonio Spurs. We were up 3-1, and that guy right there, I believe, has a T-shirt that has Brunson's daughter on the front of that T-shirt. And there's Brunson. Speaking of which, wow, they're making their way back to the float.
Yeah.
And I do believe, let's see.
That looks like Jordan Clarkson. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. But there's some activity. It looks like they got off the float. They haven't quite, I don't believe they made their way to City Hall because I didn't see them pass by in my eyesight yet. But we know that they are getting closer because we're seeing more and more people filing into the City Hall Plaza here, where they have lots of chairs set up. They've got bands, they've got DJs here already, and we've got some of the VIPs. Yeah, there's that T-shirt. We've got some of the VIPs that have already made their way here to watch this formal ceremony of the New York Knicks being honored. Oh, I see Mariska Hargitay there.
There's Jordan Clarkson again.
Ooh, we're breaking out the champagne now.
I was in the locker room after the celebration and everything that they had, and there was some empty champagne. I didn't even grab one for a memento. That's a rookie move by me.
Yeah, rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. Is that A Boogie? The rapper A Boogie?
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah.
Oh, she's like, no, I got it. You can't hold it.
We got some fans that want to get a picture with the trophy. They all want to get selfies, but the cops there saying not too close, not too close. Okay, we're going to take a quick 30-second pause here as we continue to wait for our Knicks to make it here to City Hall, where they will accept the keys to the city. We'll be right back, and you're not going to miss any pictures. We'll keep an eye on things so that you can too.
Everything looks great. I just sign here?
No. It's a big day.
Get the big pen!
The what?
Big pen! Big pen time! Here we go! Big pen coming through! Keep it steady, Gary!
I'm trying.
Your big decisions are big for us too. 4-Leaf Federal Credit Union. Let's money together.
Hey, I need a big pen over here.
All over the place.
Well, is there? Welcome back to our live coverage of the Parade of Champions, celebrating our New York Knicks, who finally brought home a championship for New York City and other parts of the tri-state area, and really all over the world, because we've seen people traveling here from out of state, out of the country even. We met a guy and his son traveled here from all the way from Australia because they wanted to be a part of this. So many people, such a world following for this team here, and here we are today. Let's talk more here, Otis, about Mike Brown.
Yeah.
You know, and the pressure that was made on him. I remember there was one point during our coverage of their season, and things were not looking good. And you were saying to me on set, this guy's got to turn it around. This is what he came in for. Otherwise, he might be a short timer.
Well, listen, when they fired Tom Thibodeau after getting to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time since '99. I mean, that's pressure, right? I mean, you got right to the precipice of the NBA Finals. This guy was brought in to get you over that hump. There was a point in the season where they were struggling, and James Dolan said, we got to get this together. You know what I mean? So that ratcheted up the pressure. You know, he made all the right moves. He delivered, and that's not normal. And I had the pleasure of talking to him after they won. Backstage, they were taking pictures with the trophy and everything, and he just kind of exhaled. And I said to him, I said, great job. Did you know that you're the first African-American manager, head coach in New York City history, professional team, to win a championship? And he looked back at me and he was like, shocked.
Yeah.
But he said, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it sent chills, because what a man has stepped in a hornet's nest, or what could have been a hornet's nest. And remember, you were talking about it earlier. There was a point they were trying to run him up out of town in the playoffs.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Atlanta series.
And he landed it. He stuck the landing.
Yeah. And we talk about players that, like, if you think about it, New York is such a thing. We've had players in the history of this league that didn't want to come here.
Of course.
So for Mike Brown to accept that says a lot about Mike Brown, too. Because the others didn't.
Yep.
And he took on the challenge.
Yeah.
You come into New York, you got to have some, you know?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It takes a special person.
Yeah,
you have to have
absolutely.
special DNA, because we've seen people come through here and the media and the fan base just ate them up.
Yes, yes.
They didn't last long, that's for sure.
And he wasn't the first choice, don't forget.
Right.
So they went down the list a little bit.
Yeah.
He's a two-time NBA Coach of the Year, though. I mean, he's a guy that has won, so you got to have that kind of, like you say, you had that intestinal fortitude to believe that you can be the one, because it was finals or bust. I mean, and only two teams get there.
Right. In New York City.
Yeah, in New York City. So it was remarkable.
Let's check back in with Dick Brennan. He's here with us down at City Hall, just a step down below from where our vantage point is. And Dick, it's such a great view there behind you. We've got the Knicks banners, we've got the logos, we've got all of the players' numbers with their names behind you. It looks gorgeous here for a celebration.
Yeah, Christine, and it's really filling up too. And we've got Clyde over my shoulder. I'm going to Talk about Doug Williams mentioned that he is indeed my idol. I have to tell you one fun New York story about Clyde. In his book, which we all read when we were kids, Rockin' Steady, A Guide to Basketball and Cool by Walt Frazier, to give the exact title, he said he thought the coolest people in the world were people who may recognize him from a distance, but don't say anything and just act cool. That was his definition of cool. So one time I get on the subway on 34th Street, I look down, and there's Clyde, my idol, okay? And then suddenly I wanted to say, hey, but then I said, oh no, I can't. So I just froze. I looked down at him. He glanced up at me. The train stopped at the next station. I started to walk out. He just looked at me and he nodded. And that was it. And I walked off and I said, Clyde thinks I'm cool. And that's it. And I've never approached him, and Otis knows this. I've never approached him in my entire life. And so as long as Clyde thinks I'm cool, I'm going to stick with that. That's it. I'm done.
That's good enough, man. But let me tell you, though, I know Clyde, if he met you, he would be impressed, man. He would call you cool anyway.
Yeah, as Doug Williams pointed out, he referenced me as that guy in the studio. So I'll take it for what it's worth. But what I'm describing is really what a lot of New Yorkers are feeling, and also about generations, about Patrick Ewing, hey, about Stephon Marbury. Everybody remembers Marbury. And then you go to Carmelo, who I saw walk out the other night. It's generations of fans. It's fathers, sons, mothers, daughters who remember way back when. Maybe way back when, Christine, you said earlier, about the little girls you interview, and they say, I've been a Knicks fan my whole life, and they're 11 years old. But that's what it's all about, and that's what this feeling is all about. It's all of us through the years with our team that hasn't changed, the Knicks.
And today's a culmination of 53 years, man, in the waiting. It's been a long road for the Knicks to see another championship win. The foundation of today's team laid by a mastermind who built a winning roster.
For this moment, it was well worth the wait. A playoff run that'll go down in history, and a team that will live forever.
What's the first thing you do before building a new home? Hire an architect. And that's exactly what Knicks owner James Dolan did in 2020 when he hired former player agent Leon Rose to start over after his team had the worst record in the NBA the season before. His longtime confidant, William Worldwide Wes Wesley, joined him. Neither had ever worked for an NBA team, but both of them were around the association for a long time and had the Rolodex needed for the task at hand.
Brunson gets it, fires up a three. Shot no good, the tip is gone! It's gone! It's gone!
And this team wasn't built the traditional way through the draft. All their key players were brought in via free agency or through trades. The draft was most useful for them in the amount of picks they owned and then traded for key parts.
Brunson gets away from Castle, the floater's up and good! Jalen Brunson with another answer!
Of course, at the top of the list is the MVP, a former second-round pick himself. Jalen Brunson signed as a free agent in 2022. A $104 million contract most experts and fans didn't think he deserved.
I just didn't think Jalen's good, but. What was the but about? It was too slow, not athletic enough, too small. All those things that don't measure heart.
In 2023, the next starter was also acquired via trade, Brunson's Villanova teammate Josh Hart.
Oh, Josh Hart. Yes! What? Oh, my God. Knicks got Josh Hart.
They, of course, won the NCAA title together in 2016. Hart was a cast-off with 3 NBA teams before finding a home in New York and becoming the glue of this squad.
Hart fakes. Hart tries another three-pointer. Oh, it's good! Knocks down another!
At forward, at 6'7" from Indiana, number 8.
The next big trade, two-way star and another player with a championship pedigree, OG Anunoby, who came from the Toronto Raptors.
Anunoby, he's going to drive it.
In 2024, a blockbuster deal with the Nets and Rose's biggest gamble, Mikal Bridges, who was a final piece of the Villanova Knicks. Rose gave up 5 first-round picks in this trade.
Hart gets it right back to Bridges. Bridges puts up a three. Bang! Bang! Mikal Bridges wins it at the buzzer.
Then came the Bodega Cat, the final member of the starting five to be acquired via trade with the Minnesota Timberwolves. The New Jersey native Karl Anthony Towns coming back to play for his hometown team.
Towns. Long three from Towns. Oh my! Karl Anthony Towns.
In fact, this was the only starting five for an NBA title team ever, where none of them were drafted by that team.
Free for the win and
And I feel like he brought us to an Eastern Conference final, and then we're going to get rid of him.
I think he's definitely almost wholly responsible for the culture change that we've experienced. So it's a little disappointing not to see him carry us the rest of the way.
But the final big move wasn't a player. It was head coach Mike Brown. After the Eastern Conference Finals loss to Indiana last year, Rose and Wesley made the bold and controversial move to fire Tom Thibodeau, who led the Knicks to a place they hadn't reached in a quarter century. Brown wasn't their first choice, or maybe the second or third, and many fans questioned the maneuver.
I look forward to working with Leon with our shared common goal of winning a championship.
But he was the final piece of this championship puzzle to get New York back to the top of the basketball mountain and a trip up the Canyon of Heroes.
go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
What an amazing look back there.
And an important part of that piece was the Villanova guys, Brunson, Bridges, and Josh Hart. They were essential for this team to get to this point that we're at right now. And for more on that, let's go out to our own Steve Overmeyer, who's checking in with the Villanova 3.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we've got a lot of the fans here. They're just, they can't help it. They can't help it. If there wasn't enough confetti, you had to get more. You had to get more confetti, didn't you? I had to. Yeah. I had to. I waited my whole life for this. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I get to enjoy it with my daughter, who hasn't experienced as long as me. Yeah. But we're here. We're here, New York. Yeah. We're here. Look at this. Strangers become friends. Everybody knows each other. This is like a family reunion, New York style, and I feel like at the heart of it is who you see coming down the parade. Who was the guy that you had to see?
I had to see Jalen Brunson because, he's a small guard. No one believed in him. So by him winning and still hoping all of us that we could do what we want to do with our life. Because he did it after being telling he can't do it, and boom, got found MVP, everything.
Can you put into words what it feels like to be in the middle of this confetti, to be in the middle of a championship?
It's electrifying. Everybody's united. We all one. Everybody's friendly, family. Yeah, you already know. And after this is probably going to be another party. After party is the after party.
All summer we party.
Repeat. We repeat.
Legendary. Once in a lifetime. It's been a week-long party already. You've got to admit, there has been something magical that has happened with the team this year, hasn't it? What was it about Game 4 that really set you guys off the edge?
It's a lot of us went through a lot of heartache with this team. Heartbreak after heartbreak.
For years after years.
Nobody wanted New York to win, and we finally did it. We're going to celebrate the whole summer.
Everyone is there to Ronaldo Bogman, Chris Duhon, Moutier. Man, I don't want to hear nothing, man. Those are real Knicks fans, man, since day one.
I will say, there has been an invisible thing happening with the Knicks this year. You couldn't quite put a finger on it. Sometimes you couldn't quite put a finger on it. But I tell you what, it's been responsibility, accountability, selflessness, and friendship. So we decided to go to the place where that invisible thing started.
At Villanova University in the summer, classes are over, but some things stay with you forever, like friendships. Long before they were lifting the NBA Finals trophy, Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, and Mikal Bridges were here growing up.
To see how they grew together, and to just see them climb the highest of mountains and do it with humility and love for each other It just really touched me.
Father Hagan has known them since their college days. He watched the journey from campus to championship. And what makes them special isn't just their talent.
As talented as those three are, they're really humble men who are willing to sacrifice parts of their game, parts of their own success for a greater good.
Sports celebrates the stars, but the lessons these three took from Villanova was different. They learned to share success. And maybe that's why they were able to reach it.
Were they stars before they became leaders, or did they become stars because they are leaders?
That's a really good question. I think they came to us with a certain amount of both. I always say Coach Wright was preaching to them more than I was, and he would say our roles are different, but our status is the same. Well, that carries over into a team culture. I would throw quotes from St. Augustine at them all the time. Each of us strengthens all of us.
The championship may feel like the end of a story, but sitting here at Villanova, it feels more like the epicenter of how it started. The values that brought these three together are the same values that carried them to the title. Not just because they formed a team that refused to break, but because they believed in each other.
When you have a group of people who come together who want to be about something bigger than themselves, it's amazing what you can accomplish. And so things like humility, gratitude, these are really grateful men. And so they modeled these values, they lived these values, and then other people bought into it. It's that expression, it's amazing what you can accomplish when no one's overly concerned with who gets the credit.
The trophy was lifted in San Antonio, a parade celebrated in New York. But it's easy to see the connection was born at Villanova.
Jalen and Josh and Mikhail, we're so proud of you. We're not surprised by what you accomplished because of your humility, your love for each other, your gratitude, your work ethic, and the way you live as men. And you brought it to the biggest city in the world on the biggest stage there is. And we're so proud of you, the way you represent all of us. God bless you, and thank you.
That is when really boys turn into men, right? It's those formative years of high school and college when they're being shaped by people that are surrounding them, and then they're forging these relationships that then strengthen their bond, and also just the way that they are now becoming examples for all of, not just the team, but the city. Amazing story there, Steve. Thank you for sharing that with us. So let's talk about some of these plays that we saw along this series, in particular the finals that we saw all the way up until Game 5. And I want to get both your perspectives on this, but Otis, I'll start with you. I mean, what do you think out of all the exciting moments, and there were many, but what was the defining play of this run?
I mean, it had to be OG Anunoby's tip-in. I mean, 29 points down, greatest comeback in NBA Finals history. If he doesn't get that tip-in, then it's all for naught. And now the series is tied at 2. Coming out of nowhere, just having the wherewithal. And Rod, I don't know, is there an edict in the NBA that you can't block out? Because none of the San Antonio Spurs even looked. Because I was taught you look, and then you roll with a person or something like that. But now it becomes a jumping contest, and OG was able to out-jump him and hit that crucial basket, which to me was the most defining play in the series.
And box out. And even, they came out of a timeout, right? So in the huddle, they make sure everybody box out. So they got away from that, but I think that was definitely the defining play, along with the block.
Yes, by OG as well.
So OG did both, but that definitely was the defining play.
Because he came all the way from the sideline, right? And just made a beeline to the basket.
He inbound the play.
And if you're not concentrating, not focused, you can easily do that. He takes it out, I turn and look, and now he goes.
Because at first, as he passed the ball, and Jalen was getting ready to get double-teamed by Fox, and Wembanyama, he was calling for a shot. He wanted him to pass him the ball to shoot a jump shot, but instead Jalen took the shot. He ran right to the basket. There he was right there, Johnny on the spot, or OG on the spot.
Well, for some of you viewers that are joining us here, it is 5 minutes past 12 o'clock. And all morning long, because normally our noon broadcast is airing right now, but all morning long since 9 a.m., we have been covering this Parade of Champions for all of our viewers and Knicks fans across the tri-state area, and even online across the world. You could be watching this on our streaming channel. And we have watched these buses and these floats and these players and their families and the coaches and the staff make their way up the Canyon of Heroes. They began at Battery Park. That is the southernmost tip of Manhattan, and they all climbed onto their various vehicles. We saw Kat in that wonderful souped-up truck of his. Oh, I'm sorry. It was, excuse me, it was Robinson. It wasn't Kat. Thank you, Otis. Chime in whenever I make a mistake like that. Call me out on it.
No, that's
okay.
not what a good teammate does.
It's all good, all good. But we've even seen some of Hollywood's brightest stars here. We saw Ben Stiller. We saw Spike Lee. We saw, of course, Timothée Chalamet. We saw Tracy Morgan.
Yeah.
Martha Stewart, because she's got to add some flavor to this mix today.
Yep.
She's good at that, and it's just been really thrilling to see these fans interacting with all of these VIPs here today. So what we're waiting for now is for all of these floats to make their way here to City Hall. We do seem to be in a bit of a traffic jam from what I can see here from our vantage point. I know.
A traffic
jam? I know. Just another day. But we are noticing that more and more people are crowding into this area that has been set up where the mayor will present the team with the keys to the city. So there is a lot more to cover here on our special coverage, live coverage with all of our team members that are here today in the Parade of Champions, the championship ceremony, the artists that are going to be here, and you won't believe the performance that we are in for. So stay with us. Don't you go anywhere. As we continue to bring you live coverage here on CBS News New York. We got it's all right.
Take a picture. Hey, we got to capture the moment, man. Whenever we can.
They didn't catch me doing that.
But it's all good.
But you know what? This doesn't happen every day.
Right.
And we waited over 50 years for this to happen. So feel free. You got to get all of this done. And by the way, we want to see some of your pictures that you've been taking here today, some of your videos. All you got to do is go to our website. I'm sure there's a QR code website.
Somewhere.
some QR code that's on there. If not, just send it to our assignment desk. But we want to see how everyone is celebrating today. And we see some bands here. We've seen a lot of different various organizations participating in this. We've seen children's bands. We've seen high school bands trying to make out the T-shirts here. But these are definitely a Knick fan base band because we've got the tuba there covered up in a Knicks T-shirt. Which is very clever. So, you know, it just seems anyone that you talk to here in the city lately is just ready to talk about the Knicks. Yeah. People's wardrobe, it's all about the Knicks, right?
Yeah, we all have that one thing in common. You go, got some stuff from Carl Banks. Yeah, a winning team. Hannah Klieger has more how the Knicks are helping the city come together.
You are not imagining imagining it, there is a sense of joy and unity felt across the city connected to the Knicks championship win.
The way the Knicks played, the way that they won, united people who didn't even think or care or know that much about basketball.
David Hollander is a sports business professor at NYU and author of How Basketball Can Save the World.
New York was fully participating like nothing I've seen other than, tragedies that have brought us together, 9/11, COVID. But this was a positive thing.
How do we capture that feeling, bottle it, and figure out a way to use it in other parts of our lives?
Let's spend more time in front of each other.
It's a phenomenon experts like psychotherapist Terry Cole call collective effervescence.
And it refers to this feeling of like heightened energy and excitement and unity, right? Emotional connection that people feel when they have this collective experience.
And in arguably the happiest place in the city, in an area known as the People's Playground, the win is not just bringing joy, but in some cases, a renewed sense of hope.
So we've had declining sales every year post-COVID.
At Brooklyn Beach Shop in Coney Island, co-owner Maya Miller says it's been a rough few years for her seasonal business, but since they brought in new Knicks championship gear,
It's like a lifeline for us.
Shirts and caps are flying off the shelves.
New York, at its proudest moment, and there really isn't a big box sporting goods store nearby, so we're just happy to be a part of it.
For now, in a city that doesn't agree on anything, the Knicks found common ground and brought us all courtside.
Does it look all right?
Roll it up. All right. Yeah, speaking of that apparel and stuff, like I was saying before we went to the package, Carl Banks, the Giant Great, sent me this.
Show the back, though.
Yeah.
The back
Let's see
is
if I
like
can see
something
it.
to impress. There we go. Look at this. Look at this
Right?
back.
Right? And this, what else is Mr. Softy?
Mr.
That's
Softy.
New York. There's nothing more New York than Rod Strickland and Mr. Softy.
I'm going to have to call Carl Banks. I need some
G3
gear.
apparel. Yes, sir.
Yes, absolutely.
About the Mr. Softy, are you a chocolate vanilla or the twist?
I'm a swirl.
Me
I
too.
know.
Vanilla swirl.
I'm the same way. We got to get that swirl in.
Yep.
But hey, we're still waiting patiently here at City Hall today. If you're just joining us, we're having a party here in New York City. We've got some marching bands that are here to celebrate our New York Knicks. And I love the way that this is really turning into a community event, because that is what we're all about. We need to celebrate as a community. These Knicks brought us a real gift during this run. New York, we've had our ups and downs in this city. And the past few years, ever since COVID, we've had our problems. We've had our struggles. We've had our challenges. But suddenly now, in the past couple of weeks, there has been just an energy shift here, and it is so welcome, and everyone feels it. So let's go to Steve Overmeyer. He has been out on the streets speaking with fans. And Steve, you got some confetti on you there, buddy.
Is it around here somewhere? Because honestly, I can't believe I'm standing right now with all the confetti that has been sprouting around right now. And I mean, we have loads of confetti on the ground. This has kind of been recycled confetti too. I think this has been thrown up in the air like 2 or 3 times at this point now. It's also mixed with trash. So now it's starting to look a little bit more like our city streets. The Department of Sanitation has definitely got their work cut out for them right now to sweep all of this up. But yeah, I mean, it's no longer the ticker tape parades back in the 1920s when they were actually throwing ticker tape out the window. Now it's obviously recycled paper at this point, but that's what makes it so fun. It just feels like it's snowing. This is what makes it feel like it's New Year's Eve, where you're feeling like everyone is just a part of something, and you're kind of feeling like you're in a little bit of a snow globe when the confetti comes down on you. And honestly, I don't want to wipe it off. I'm going to keep this confetti on this jacket, I think, forever. I think I'm going to go ahead and just pound that in there. What do you think?
I think it's a look, Steve.
A look.
Yeah. God, I like that. No, it works for you, though. Works for you, though.
Have at it.
Exactly. I might need to get you a lint brush though when we get back to the studio there, Steve. But you know, we're also getting a chance here to look back at some of these great players. Alan Devlin, he caught up with another great to talk about the history and his road to this championship. Let's hear more now from Karl Anthony Towns.
He is our most famous and most successful alum, and we are very, very proud of him.
Long before New York Knicks center and NBA champion Karl Anthony Towns walked the halls of Madison Square Garden, Towns was a high schooler here at St. Joseph High School in New Jersey, number 44, both a standout athlete and student. Just ask some of the people that knew him best, like one of his former teachers, Chris Herring.
I was so proud of him then, but I knew that as a young man, as a leader, there was so much more he could do. And watching him in this playoff run, it was magical for me.
Even though Towns has long since graduated, his legacy remains scattered across campus. Trophies and placards cover the walls and shelves, his face plastered along the corridors, and his jersey hanging in the rafters in the gym he once called home.
It's truly special. He's showing the St. Joe's green for us. He's representing us every time he steps on the court.
And the potential future NBA Hall of Famer already in a Hall of Fame of his own, being inducted into the St. Joseph Athletics Hall of Fame in 2021. These photos from when he visited campus to accept the honor that October, taking photos with his old teachers in front of the entire school.
To know that this kid, who I knew so young, has matured into such a great young man and a guy that people could rely on, that really a whole city could rely on.
From a New Jersey high school standout to NBA champion, Karl Anthony Towns' legacy stretches far beyond Game 5.
And I see him every time he has these conversations with reporters after the games, and it's always about just finding his best self. And I think that's what we saw in the NBA Finals. He really found his best self, and that's why the Knicks won.
Finding your best self, that's what a lot of these players did during this journey.
Yeah.
And it's so, you know, it's only the elite of the elite that can get this done.
Yeah.
People, we don't see what happens behind the scenes, how many hours that they put in, the journey that it took from playing ball as a kid to the sacrifice, you know. And just let's talk about basketball here in New York, just in general. You know, you can't go a block or more without seeing a basketball court, you know, here in these areas. They're in every neighborhood, some of them in better shape than others, but you still see people out there. It's part of the tapestry of the city.
Yeah, that's what New York has always been about. Yeah. You know, like the game has become global, obviously. We see it everywhere, great players everywhere. But there was a time where, you know, New York was it. Yeah. You know, we had a certain style, and when you left New York and went to other cities, like you were almost like an alien. Like people, you know what I mean? Like you really like, you know, obviously the game has grown all over the place, but you know, this is the place, you know, for me, gave me that toughness, playing out on the streets and street ball tournaments. Yeah. That competitiveness, that one-on-one, that trying to outshine you, trying to outdo you, trying to shake you, like that was a New York thing. And, you know, obviously, like I said, it's global now.
Yeah.
But
especially the point guards, too. That documentary, Point God.
Yes.
Of course, they were talking about Rod Strickland, guys like him, God Shem, Sebastian Telfair, Stephon Marbury. The list goes on and on. Kenny Smith. I mean, Kenny Anderson. Mark Jackson, of course. So, yeah, the blacktop where they were playing basketball, it's here in New York City. In Jersey, too. Let's give them credit in this area.
Right.
But, yeah, New York City is where it's at. That's why they call it the Mecca, you know, of basketball.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, you never know who's going to show up on a court around here. So,
to tear you up.
Yeah. But let's go to Dick Brennan one more time. He's here with us at City Hall. Dick, it looks like those seats are starting to fill up there behind you. That's a good sign.
That is a good sign, and it's never a party until the politicians show up. And let's just look at the stage for a second. We see Tish James, Julie Menon is there. We're starting to lose Andrew Stewart-Cousins, Jumaane Williams, who's all decked out in his Knicks gear. And if we go down over to my left, some of the Knicks players, the former players, have shown up. We can see Carmelo Anthony. I don't know if you can see him from behind. Larry Johnson, Latrell Sprewell sitting where Clyde was sitting. So the crowd is definitely getting bigger. The seats are filling in, and we can only hope that in just a short period of time, we're going to start seeing some of these present Knicks players. Now, one thing they've really done well here at City Hall is they've done up City Hall. They've decorated it with all the numbers of the present Knicks, and it looks absolutely beautiful. You know, it's so strange to see City Hall like this because we're usually at some press conference or dueling press conferences here between opposing sides, and today it's just everybody together really enjoying themselves. And I can tell you, most of what's going on down here are people trying to get selfies with those former Knicks players, and wait, who knows? Oh, that's Mike Breen stepping up right now.
I have no idea how many. We're here. Welcome to the 2026 New York Knicks Championship Celebration. We've got a lot to do, so let's get started. First, some entertainment. Welcoming the most talented kids in the NBA, ranging in ages 8 to 14, the Knicks City Kids.
All right, so Mike Breen is just introducing the Knicks City Kids, who I think have performed for us a few times already because they were practicing all morning long, and they're super cute and they're super talented. As they walk out, we'll take a look. And wait till you see the act they put on. It's pretty darn good. Ah, they're just passing through. We thought we were going to get some song and dance, but I guess not.
Well, maybe we still will. You never know. But they have their little moment here to shine. Oh, wait. I think we are going to get this performance.
Here we go.
Sugar Hill game.
That's the second set of that here. I'm just tired watching them. That's how good they were. But I can tell you, it's the first time this audience has stopped to look at anything. So this audience is officially transfixed at City Hall.
Yeah, Dick, and I think it's the facial expressions that really get me with these dancers. It's all part of the performance.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, that's a move. That's a move. All right. We should point out this is just the beginning of this ceremony where we will see the Knicks players come out. Presumably, the mayor will say a few words, and hopefully we will hear from some people like Jalen Brunson, and they will get keys to the city. They are getting what the former Knicks, the ones that, like Clyde Frazier, 70 and 73, never got. Key to the city, a ticker tape parade to remember forever, and the adulation that they well deserve.
To the city.
Who knew how big this crew actually was? They've got the A team, the B team, the C team, but they're all great.
Oh.
All right. I think that's a wrap. All right.
All right, Dick, we've got the young ones to get this stage party started here. Get the energy up for this crowd. They've been sitting here for a while. I know that you said that we have some of the politicians here. We see Tish James. We see Kathy Hochul. Who's that there at the end? I can't make him out. There, Dick. Oh, we see the city council speaker.
You see Julie Menon, and then you have the second row is Jumaane Williams. I see Andrea Stewart-Cousins. I see Carl Hasty, and that's a pretty big turnout. And then, well, we can't quite see in the back what's in the back, but I think perhaps now we might be hearing again from Mike Breen, or not.
Well, we are definitely getting ready there because I can see some of the doors opening. I've got a clear line of sight here through those massive pillars where the curtains open up. And I see people now lining up there in the hallway of this gorgeous building that we call our City Hall here in New York City. But we are really starting to pack in the people here in this little plaza area that has been set up for the formal presentation of the keys to the city for the New York Knicks. It is a humid day out here. It's quite cloudy, so actually that's been helping with the temperatures. I think at least the real field temperatures of how hot it actually could be feeling right now, because the clouds are shielding the sun somewhat, which is a good thing, but it's still humid. And geez, do I dare say this, because I do not want to jinx us, but we were expecting rain, and I haven't seen any of it. But look at this shot here. Hey, there's Fat Joe. He's got his seat.
Let's see if he's going to lean back. Or he's just going to sit straight up.
Yeah, but you can see the crowd that I was talking about that is now gathered here. And so far, so good when it comes to the temperatures, the rain that we were expecting. Still a chance of it out there, but let's just keep our fingers crossed, because right now, with this Knicks run that we've had and everything that has happened ever since, maybe we'll pull out another win today. You never know.
There's Carl's dad, Carl Anthony Towns.
Absolutely.
Great rebounder at Monmouth.
So, Dick, with the politicians here, obviously, this is a great little photo opportunity for them as well, to get their names next to some of these players and to be able to put on their resume here, and perhaps even a campaign commercial down the road saying that they were in office when the New York Knicks won a championship.
Actually saw a few of them taking pictures in front of the banners, which are no doubt going onto their Instagram account or perhaps into that campaign poster. By the way, the mayor has not stepped out yet, but he did an absolutely hilarious promo for this parade yesterday when he was singing New York, New York in a Frank Sinatra Hoboken accent, which was truly legendary. Here's Mike Breen again.
It looks as though that this official at City Hall, where they will present the New York champion New York Knicks to the keys to the city here at City Hall. This is going to be the culmination of this parade of champions, where earlier today we saw them all load up into the buses and vans at Battery Park, and here it is going to all culminate here at City Hall on this very historic day. We're going to let this program take over here. We're going to take a back seat and enjoy it as well with you at home. So let's listen in.
Led by the ownership of Jim Dolan, the front office of Leon Rose, the coaching staff of Mike Brown, and a group of young men who played for each other, sacrificed for each other, and showed the grit and toughness of a champion. I know many of you Knicks fans have waited a long time for a team and a season like this. And many of you wondered if you'd ever live to see the day when it would happen. But your dreams last Saturday became a reality. And this team just completed one of the most historic runs in NBA playoff history. 16-3, a 13-game winning streak, 9 consecutive wins on the road, 2 of the greatest comebacks in the history of the NBA. And you Knicks fans played an enormous part of it. Your dedication, your passion, and your loyalty through everything inspired this team to help them bring the first title in 53 years. So congratulations to you, the great Knicks fan base. And if you could take a look now at the screens on the side to watch this special video.
It's the NBA playoffs, the goal, the Larry O'Brien Trophy.
And when you got the best fans, I know all the fans at MSG at the watch party outside.
He finds some space and throws it down. The Knicks will advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. They've won 7 consecutive playoff games. A sweep. Puts it up, puts it in.
The Knicks fans, they travel, man. They're going to get hurt in whatever building they're in.
The dream season continues. The New York Knicks are going to the NBA Finals.
Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. Shorty, what you want? I got what you need.
Tied again with 7.5 to play. Jalen Brunson does it again. It's now 12 consecutive wins for the Knicks as they take Game 1 of the NBA Finals. We are seeing finals tenacity here in Game 2. This has become an extremely physical game. Towns drives in and slams it home.
Yeah, I keep a few chains, choppy on the sound. Yeah, I got a few rings and mother.
Stolen by Brunson.
And if you ask anybody where I live,
it's over. This magic cover ride continues. 13 straight victories, and they lead 2-0 here in these NBA Finals.
Win or lose as a team, my mindset's always getting better the next day.
We got to get back to work, get back to the drawing board, and get ready for Game 4.
Here on the grandest stage in basketball, and now it's time for the next battle. Triple pass inside, Bridges banks it home. And it's a 7-point game. Shot clock at 5. Brunson fires up a 3. Puts it in! 1-point game! This building is shaking right now. Trying to pull off the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history. Shot won't go, rebound deflected. In the back court, has a chance to get it. Fox has it inside, blocked by Anunoby. Brunson gets it, fires up a 3. Shot no good, the tip, it's gone! It's gone! It's gone! With 1.2 remaining. That's it! It's over! The greatest comeback in NBA playoff history! The Knicks pull off the miracle comeback and lead it 3 games to 1. It's inside, leans in, right-handed. Sensational move from Brunson. It's over! It's over! Knicks fans, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended. Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
Knicks fans all over
over the country are celebrating their team.
The dream season is complete. All right, let's not wait any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 NBA champion New York Knicks. At this time, we ask if you're able, please rise and remove your caps for the singing of the national anthem. Here to perform the Star-Spangled Banner, please welcome Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter and actor known for his work on Broadway as the Scarecrow in The Wiz, Avery Wilson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and a rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
Wilson, everyone. And right now, we can once again give a warm welcome to our Mayor of New York City, Mayor Mamdani.
My fellow New Yorkers, for 53 long years, we have watched and we have waited. We have watched from nosebleeds and through gritted teeth, on televisions in the windows of electronic stores, and from projectors balanced on fire escapes. We have watched alone in our apartments with our heads in our hands, shoulder to shoulder at bars where the signal flickers, alongside friends and family who we wish more than anything could be here today, sharing this moment. For 53 long years, we have watched the Knicks and we have waited. We waited as the memory of Willis Reed winning the championship on one leg grew fainter and fainter. We waited as Clyde came up clutch again and again, as John Starks dunked on Jordan and Patrick Ewing dunked on the Pacers, as Bernard King scored 60, as Charles Oakley pulled every rebound within reach, as Spike got in Reggie Miller's face, as Allen Houston put up a shot against Miami that hung in the air for an eternity, as Larry Johnson gave us the four-point play heard around New York, as Starbury traded threes with Kobe and then sold sneakers every kid could afford, as Nate Robinson stuffed Yao Ming, as the city came alive watching Linsanity, and as Melo lived every Brooklyn dreams when he came home and made MSG feel like the center of the universe once again. We waited without ever knowing if this day would come, and we waited because we knew deep down in our sick, suffering hearts that it would. New York City, this team has done it. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. We are here not just because of this team that will go down in New York City legend. I'm talking about guys like Ronaldo Balkman, Marty Collins, Raymond Felton, Marcus Camby, Kristaps Porzingis, J.R. Smith, Iman Shumpert, and the whole Knicks tape era. I'm talking about guys like Tony Douglas, who I watched tie the single-game franchise record for threes from the stands in 2011. I'm talking about Amari, who got this whole city fired up when he joined. And I'm talking about Jared Jeffries and Lance Thomas and Langston Galloway. Players who gave everything every game, even when a 20-win season was all that was in sight. This championship belongs to them too, because championships aren't just built in one season. It belongs to Emmanuel Quickley, R.J. Barrett, Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle, and also to a coach who helped lay the groundwork, Tom Thibodeau. Thanks to each of these New Yorkers and too many others to name, New York City has just had two of the most magical months in as long as any of us can remember. Over these past weeks, as the Knicks kept winning, our city has come together as one. Neighbors invited neighbors over. Strangers high-fived one another in the street. Subway conductors sang their announcements and bus drivers danced behind the wheel. So often when this city comes together, it is because we are forced to, by a moment of tragedy or adversity. What a gift it is to be brought together by pure, unfiltered joy. For as long as we live, we will remember this feeling of a city together, a city alive, a city overcome by happiness. But let's not pretend that this was inevitable. If you will allow me, I want to travel back in time 8 days. Game 4. 9 minutes and 33 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Knicks are down 20. The analytics guys, the sports betting companies, the pundits who watch from far away, they do what they do. They run the numbers. They calculate the odds. They write the Knicks off. They give the Spurs a 99.6% chance of winning the game. A 99.6% chance of tying up the series 2-2, of reclaiming the momentum with the next game in San Antonio. A 99.6% chance of silencing the Garden, of another year of watching and waiting. But there is one thing that the pundits just don't get about this team, that they just don't get about this city. It is in that 0.4% that we go to work. It is in that 0.4% that Jalen Brunson, the same guy that so many said was too small, proves that not only is he good enough, he is the new standard for greatness. It is in that 0.4% that OG Anunoby watches the ball float from the top of the arc and start running toward the basket, fingers reaching towards the heavens. It is in that 0.4% that Karl Anthony Towns finds the strength to mourn his mother and still pull in rebound after rebound, make block after block. It is in that 0.4% that Jose Alvarado shows every kid growing up in public housing that a son of Brooklyn and Queens can win for every one of the 5 boroughs. It is in that 0.4% that Mitch breaks his finger before game 1 and says, go get the tape. It's in that 0.4% that Josh Hart gets rebounds that break teams, that Mikal Bridges proves he was worth every single draft pick, that Landry Shamet pulls up from downtown, that every one of these 18 players transforms the franchise, that Mike Brown keeps this team believing. Most of all, it's in that 0.4% that the Knicks do what New Yorkers have always done when we are told something is impossible. We find a way. We win. Standing here before what feels like the entire city, there is a Jalen Brunson quote I can't stop thinking about. I'm gonna tell you. You are allowed to think about the worst possible scenario, but you gotta go out there and do something about it. When Jalen Brunson took that pay cut, my friends, that was doing something about it. Time after time, we thought about the worst possible scenario. And time after time, the Knicks went out there and did something about it. The Knicks did not just win for New York City. They won like New York City. What is New York if not your back up against the wall? A dream that feels just out of reach. A rent payment you don't know how you'll ever make. What is New York if not 99.6% of the world stacked against you? And who are New Yorkers if not people who hear those odds and smile? Who look at a 0.4% chance of success and ask, why are you giving me a head start? This is our city. This is our team. For 53 years we watched. For 53 years we waited. Now we've won. One last time, New York, say it with me. Knicks in. Knicks in. Knicks in. So much.
Thank you, Mayor. Now let's bring up the New York Public Advocate, Jumaane Williams.
Knicks in 5, baby. Nueva York, Knicks in 5, baby. I cannot believe I'm here. I cannot believe we are all here. Truth be told, we all owe Mike Brown an apology. Let's say sorry right now. And a lot of y'all pundits owe Jalen Brown a whole lot. I'm sorry, Jalen Brunson, a huge apology. Y'all know what y'all said. And he came out here, and like the mayor said, all we need is 0.4%. I'm sitting here standing with Jalen Brunson. That makes no sense at all. But I want to say, my daughter, Amelie, is somewhere in there. She's going to college. This is an awesome going to college gift. Thank you so much. My wife, India, wanted me to thank the NYPD for making sure everything went the way it was supposed to go. New York, let's keep this energy going. Everybody's saying hello. Everybody's being polite. Let's keep it going. Young, old, black, white, Republican, conservative, everybody. everybody, this is what it's all about, the New York Knicks. And I can't wait to talk to my younger self, and I'm going to tell them to hold on, because on your 50th birthday, they're going to give you a championship, and you're going to be a citywide elected official on this stage. Let's go, Knicks, baby.
Next up, our New York City Comptroller, Mark Levine.
Give it up for Jumaane Williams, the Spike Lee of New York City government. Bueno, señores, ya que hay un jugador boricua en este equipo y un jugador dominicano en este equipo, hay que comenzar con un chin de español. ¿Qué les parece? Miren la bandera. Si están de acuerdo, hagan bulla. Que viva Quisqueya y Boricua. No matter what language you speak, we want to thank this team for bringing this city together, for uplifting New York, for showing the world that we are not afraid of anybody. Even if you are 7'4" and the refs refuse to call a foul on you no matter what. We are not afraid of you. We do not back down, no matter how far behind we are. We were down on 9/11 and we came back. We were down in Sandy and we came back. We were down during COVID and we came back. We were down 29 points against the Cavs, against the Spurs, them too, and we came back. We are New York. We don't stop fighting. You should be afraid of us. We are the champs because of the New York Knicks. We love you. Knicks in 5.
Next up is our New York City Council Speaker, Julie Menin.
So I've got one thing to say to you. Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! So we are officially going to change the New York City motto to Knicks in 5. I just want to thank the whole Knicks organization for everything they stand for. Grit, perseverance, never giving up. This is what embodies our city. So whether it's after 9/11 or during COVID, we always came back, and that's what our New York Knicks did. We owe you a debt of gratitude for bringing joy, unity, euphoria back to our city. So in closing, let me just say, Knicks in 5.
And now time to bring up the New York Knicks owner, championship owner, Jim Dolan.
Ten weeks, baby. Hello, you Knicks fans out there. Yes, thank you for waiting 53 years. Although I have to say, when I look out over the Knicks fans here, you all don't look older than 53 years. Some of you weren't waiting 53. You weren't born yet. But we're very, very happy to have brought you a championship. I'm very proud of our team. Look, I don't need your vote. I don't need to quote to you, right? About what happened here, and because if you're real Knicks fans, you know it already. So thank you for supporting our team. We're going to keep working to bring you even better basketball, although it's hard to imagine that we get much better than this. But we will, right, fellas? And thank you again for your support.
Now the architect of this roster, New York Knicks president Leon Rose.
First, I want to thank Jim Dolan,
who I've known for many years. I want to thank him for bringing me into the organization.
Leon,
What's that?
speak up. They can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah! All right. First, I want to thank Jim Dolan, who I've known for a very long time, and I want to thank him for bringing me into the organization 6 years ago. He's believed in us through every step of this journey and supported us in every way imaginable. To the players, as you heard, the cardiac kids, no quit, find a way to win, really representing the grit and the character of the people of New York. Your commitment and sacrifice was second to none. Mike Brown and our entire coaching staff, you came in this season with enormous expectations and completely exceeded them. And you did it with so much class that resonated with New Yorkers. To my front office, you have been here since the start with me, and there were so many decisions, big and small, that we made together that got us here today. And to my family, I can't describe how much it means to me and how special it's been to go through this journey with you and celebrate with you, and to all the families of the Knicks organization. And last and most importantly, to the greatest fans in the world, we did it for you. Your support in every arena, it felt like a home game wherever we played. And all over the world has been unbelievable. And we hope to see you again very soon.
Now please welcome the championship head coach of the Knicks, Mike Brown.
What's up, New York? Hey, first of all, I'd like to thank the governor and the mayor for doing this for us. I'm proud of Mr. Dolan, Leon and his staff, all the players, all the coaches, Jamal, the front office side, all the Knick alumni that I see out there. We appreciate you guys. Pat Ewing, I got to give you a shout out. You've been with us this whole journey. I want to thank everybody. I'm proud of everybody for helping accomplish this great feat. The energy today and all around New York is off the charts. And I want to thank you all for it. Let's keep this energy going, baby, because this championship is about you guys. This is New York City's championship. I will say this, you know, I'm so proud of our guys from the top to the bottom. There was a lot of hard work that we put in, starting with the off season, going into the season. A lot of stuff that you guys don't see behind the scenes. Guys busting their behinds, not just our players, our medical staff, you know, keeping those guys healthy. No, let's give them a round of applause, for sure. At the beginning of the year, I had everybody sign a contract. And I didn't want you to sign the contract if you didn't believe in it. But it was about sacrifice. You saw our team sacrifice time after time after time after time throughout the course of the year. You saw our team stay connected through the most adverse times through the course of the year. We had our ups, we definitely had our downs, and our group stayed connected through those times. You saw it every time we hit the floor. It didn't matter who was suited up. Our guys brought a competitive spirit that obviously was unmatched, and that's why we're the 2026 NBA championship. You saw the belief in each other. It didn't matter whose number I called. Guys could be Jordan Clarkson. He didn't play for 2 months. He stuck with it. His teammates believed in him. He believed in the process. They believed in each other. And we all held each other accountable. That's the standard of what it was to be a New York Knick in 25-26, and that's why we're champions today. Playing in front of you guys, when we had our ups was fantastic, but you're the most knowledgeable fan base in the whole NBA. Your guys' energy when we had our downs was off the charts, and I want to thank you for it. There's nothing better than walking into the iconic building of MSG and getting down night after night after night in front of you guys. You guys made us feel the energy and brought us over the hump when we didn't feel like playing or when our game wasn't at the top. Again, I'd like to thank all the players. I can go down the line with all their accomplishments. They were huge throughout the course of the year. But at the end of the day, I want to thank you guys, because without you, this wouldn't be possible. Let's go one time. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? I love you, New York.
And now time to hear from the 2026 NBA Finals MVP and the captain of the Knicks, Jalen Brunson.
I don't know how many. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to Jim Dolan and the front office for believing in the kid no one else would. Thank you to my teammates, giving me confidence every single day. The belief we had in each other made this possible. Thank our coaching staff, our medical staff, everyone that pitched in every single day behind the scenes. Damn. We really did it, dog. Somehow, some way, I knew we were going to find a way to get this done. Most importantly, thank you to the fans. I'm not gonna lie though, y'all are some pretty hard critics, but we appreciate it. At least I do. Appreciate it a lot. Lastly, I want to thank my family. Truly, without them, their sacrifice and everything wouldn't be possible. My inner circle, I mean, they keep me humble every single day. They don't let me get off track for nothing. Damn, New York, we really did it, man. We really did it. Wouldn't trade this for a world. And lastly, there's a lot of people that have a lot of negative stuff to say. There's a lot of people who have a lot of opinions. But when you prove them wrong, nah, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, now it's time for one of the highest honors a city can give as we invite the mayor to come up once again and present the official keys to the city to your 2026 NBA champion, New York Knicks. Jim Dolan. Quentin Dolan. Leon Rose. William Wesley. Head coach Mike Brown. Assistant coach Chris Gent. Assistant coach Rick Brunson. Assistant coach Brendan O'Connor. And now the players. Trey Jemison. Dylan Jones. Kevin McCullough. Mohamed Diawara. Ariel Huckporty. Pacome Dadier. Tyler Kolick. Jeremy Sohan. Jordan Clarkson. Jose Alvarado. Landry Shamet. Miles Deuce McBride. Mitchell Robinson. Josh Hart. Mikal Bridges. OG Anunoby. Karl Anthony Towns. And Jalen Brunson. Once again, your 2026 NBA champion, New York Knicks. We've got a special surprise coming up in just a couple of minutes, so hang on.
Let me get that. Send that to me.
This is your celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate.
Hello. We did it.
There's a party going on right here, a celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on! It's a celebration.
All right, back here as we continue our live coverage of the Parade of Champions and celebrating the New York Knicks with a ticker tape parade and a formal ceremony here at City Hall, where Mayor Zohran Mamdani handed each player and coach and some of the administrative staff and owner James Dolan the keys to the city. It was a great ceremony here. The sun is now out and it is hot. So it was nice that we didn't have to wait out here for too much longer. You know, normally at past ceremonies, the players and the mayor have stopped for lunch, but you can see this crowd in these live pictures here that you're looking at of a massive crowd still here at City Hall, because there on the bottom right hand of your screen, what's that? That is a piano. And they just brought that out because we are expecting a very special guest here this afternoon to sing a song that has now become really the theme of New York. So I'm going to go ahead and let them take it over once again. Enjoy, everyone.
Native New Yorker and lifelong Knicks fan, Alicia Keys.
Yeah, drop it, please.
This is our time. This is our time. We are champions. New York, how you feeling tonight? Besides very, very, very hot. You know what I mean? Because it is very, very hot. But what can we say? We on fire today. Who's from New York City? All right, me and my son Egypt, we thought that we would do it like this. Some folks like to get away, take a holiday from the neighborhood, hop a flight to Miami Beach or to Hollywood. But I'm taking a Greyhound on the Hudson River line. I'm in a New York state of mind. New York, say, I'm in a New York state of mind. Let's go! Okay, we're here right now. This is our time right now. We've been waiting over 50 years for this moment, and we never gonna stop. Hey, so I want y'all to sing with me. Grew up in a town that is famous as a place of movie scenes. Noise is always loud. There are sirens all around, and the streets are mean. If I can make it here, I can make it anywhere. That's what they say. See my face in lights, on my name, my monkeys found down on Broadway. I'ma make it by any means. I got a pocket full of, baby, I'm from New York. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. These streets will make you feel brand new. Big lights will inspire you. Hear it for New York, New York, New York. On the avenue, there ain't never a curfew. Ladies work so hard. Such a melting pot on the corner selling rock. Preachers pray to God. Hey, hell, a gypsy cat takes me down from Harlem to the Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah. Someone sleeps tonight with the hunger for more than an empty fridge. Y'all go with me. I'ma make it by any means. I got a pocket full of dreams. Baby, I'm from New York. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. These streets will make you feel. Hey, big lights will inspire you. Hear it for New York, New York, New York. Let me see you. One hand up. One hand in the air for the big city. Street lights, big dreams, all looking pretty. No place in the world that could compare. Put your lighters in the air, everybody say, yeah. Put your hands in the air. Yeah. In New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. You're in New York. These streets will make you feel brand new. Lights will inspire you. Caring for New York. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. These streets will make you feel brand new. Big lights will inspire you. Hear it for New York, New York, New York. Congrats, baby. Congrats, New York City. I love you.
There's been so many things that's held us down, but now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go, and where we'll end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're putting our show together, we're polishing up our act. And if you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Don't you let nothing stand in your way. I want y'all to listen to every word I say, every word I say. Ain't no stopping us now. We're rolling up. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove. Ain't no stopping us now. I know. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove. We got it. I know you know someone that has a negative vibe, and if you're trying to make it, they only push you aside. They really don't have nowhere to go. Ask them where they're going, they don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're gonna put our show together, gonna polish up our act.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Congratulations to your 2026 NBA champion, New York Knicks.
We are the New York Knicks. We are the New York Knicks. We are the New York Knicks. We are the New York Knicks. Say go New York, go New York, go. Go New York, go New York, go. Say go New York, go New York, go. 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 Say go New York, go New York, go. Go New York, go New York, go. Here comes a Knicks rally, a great finale. Another three, another dunk or finale. You it's our troops, man, they don't miss. We are New York. We are the New York Knicks.
Once again, thank you, everyone, for coming. Congratulations to your 2026 NBA champion, New York Knicks.
We are the New York
And that is how you end a parade for champions. Our New York Knicks. We've got Queen playing in the background. We are the champions. just had the honor of seeing Alicia Keys up on the stage with her son at piano, giving us a little Billy Joel, a little nod to a New York State of Mind, and then, of course, her original Empire State of Mind. And now the confetti is flying here as we end this celebration of our New York Knicks that we waited 53 years for. For my friends that are sitting next to me, what was a highlight for you there during this closing ceremony?
Well, I gotta say, I loved hearing Alicia Keys. But just a moment, like one thing I got from that when I watched the Knicks, everybody speak so understated, right? Like understanding why they're champions. Jalen Brunson, white, black, white shoes, didn't even have any Knick attire. Like the head coach did all the talking. It just said a lot to me in that moment.
Absolutely, some great points there. How about you, Otis?
Mayor Mamdani, the fact that he's a dynamic speaker. I mean, and just the memories that he was able to bring up, and everyone, the people went crazy. He knows what he's doing by eliciting those type of images that people remember, you know, from Patrick Ewing dunking on somebody, John Stark dunking on somebody, all the way up until now, OG Anunoby's tip in, Jalen Brunson's 45-point effort in the series clincher against the San Antonio Spurs. He knew what he was doing.
Oh, he certainly did. Yeah. I think he had some good help. And, I mean, maybe he wrote it by himself, but I think that there was some great speechwriters there that helped him along with that, really encapsulating every individual's effort and contribution there to what this season and how it all turned out. One other highlight there was obviously from our most valuable player, Jalen Brunson. We've been talking about here that all of his life throughout his career where he's just been the underdog, and he had some advice for the crowd here and all the fans.
Damn, New York, we really did it, man. We really did it. Wouldn't trade this for a world. And lastly, there's a lot of people that have a lot of negative stuff to say. There's a lot of people who have a lot of opinions. But when you prove them wrong, you really don't have to say to them. Nah, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Yeah, when they go low, we go high, as they say.
And that's the best response right there. Let your play do all the talking. They can eat the crow while you celebrate a championship, and that's what Jalen Brunson was able to do.
All right.
Love it. He's going to change front offices' minds.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, definitely.
Love it.
It's so true. So let's get over to Dick Brennan, our anchor buddy here at City Hall. Dick, you had a closer vantage point than we did. How was it from your view?
I mean, it has been 53 years, but I got to tell you, the Knicks won on Saturday. I didn't feel it until Alicia Keys and the confetti hit me like a wave. I mean, this has been a lifetime. We went from Clyde all the way to Jalen, and now heaven. It literally doesn't get any better than this. And I thought that all the speakers were great. The mayor talked to me at one point when he said, for all your sick, suffering hearts. Yes, that is Knicks fans. It's probably still Jet fans. It might be Met fans too. But honestly, with Frank in the background, could be a Yankee game, could be a Knicks game. It's New York.
I know, it's these moments, Dick, where literally you just want to just capture and make sure that it is tucked away in a very safe spot in your memory, because there are times, and we all know it, that things just aren't going great and life just doesn't seem as bright. But then you reflect on days like today and you say, you know what? We were so inspired by the fight that this Knicks team showed us and proved to us, and look at what they were able to accomplish. It's all about leaving a legacy.
And they certainly have. I mean, this is the first team to win a championship in 53 years, and the way they did it reminded a lot of people of that team that won it in '73, the teamwork that they were able to exhibit. And this team has etched themselves in that history book as well. Incredible. Legends.
So I know you're a little biased, maybe both of you, but when it comes to sports teams, how do the New York Knicks, these New York Knicks, rank when it comes to the best teams that we have ever seen? And maybe not even just basketball, overall.
That's a hard one for me. I really have to think about that one because I'm a basketball person.
Yeah.
So I got to really digest that.
Yeah.
So when you're talking NBA, you're talking Golden State Warriors that went 15-1. This team went 16-3, so they're right there in the ballpark. Again, lost 2 games by 1 point each.
Right.
That's incredible. Had the greatest point differential ever in NFL and NBA Finals history. So you got to put them up there just on that alone. And again, the way they did it, it's going to evoke all these emotions because they snapped the curse. I guess we're not going to call it a curse. Let's just call it a drought. The curse was of the Bambino with the Boston Red Sox, but they ended the drought. So they have a special place in New York fans' hearts.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And I just like to live in the moment. We kind of always create this now, then. The New York Knicks were great this year, 2025-26. I love it. We could talk about that other stuff, but right now, New York Knicks, all about the Knicks.
And they set a new height on that bar, for sure.
Yep.
Absolutely.
More coverage right after this. We're going to wrap things up here as the temperatures are starting to rise here in downtown Manhattan, and the Knicks will now be making their way to their next destination. Maybe it's overseas in some island. Who knows? But we'll be right back. Welcome back to our Parade of Champions live coverage here on CBS News New York. We're coming to you live once again here from City Hall, where we just wrapped up the official ceremony for handing over the keys to the city to the New York Knicks. We've been on the air for almost 5 hours here today. It's been a lot of planning to get us here, and we hope that all of you at home have enjoyed our coverage. Otis, what are you thinking?
I'm just thinking it was perfectly executed today. I think it hit every right note, including, no pun intended, that final note by Alicia Keys with, Empire. I mean, it was just tremendous, and it was a culmination of 80 years since this organization was founded, and this was the celebration today. It was awesome.
What about you, Rod?
Great moment for New York. Great moment for New York City basketball. I'm happy and I'm glad that you guys invited me here. Like, this has been an experience,
Of course.
to be here, because we touch history.
Yes.
Right, and we're in New York City, so we'll be reliving this for years to come. So I'm appreciative and happy that I was a part of this.
New York City legend right there, folks.
Yeah, well, we loved having you. You added so much here to our broadcast.
Yep.
You were an essential player, and I loved hearing your perspective, and I'm sure all of our viewers did too.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Like I said, a lot goes into these broadcasts, and I just wanted to give a shout out to obviously Otis and Rod. We had Chris and Doug and Alan and Steve and Dick, and we also had Jen Bisram out here.
Oh,
but
yeah.
for some reason, we couldn't get her. You know, sometimes live TV happens, and there's some technical issues. There are a lot of people here behind the scenes. Some of them I can see here. Some of them are out doing some other work, and some of them have been working overnight and probably laying down for a nap. But thank you, and to all the folks back in the studio as well. So much goes in to these productions, and a big hat tip, because you make us look good and make this look easy, and also it's all for you back here at home. So thank you for joining us for this Parade of Champions. If you would like to relive it, because it is worth reliving, check out our website at cbsnewyork.com. We'll be posting all of the highlights there from the New York Knicks journey up to the Canyon of Heroes. We're now going to leave you with some of the best highlights, some of the best sounds from today's parade. For everyone here at CBS New York, have a great afternoon. And if I can make it back to the broadcast center, I'll see you at 5 o'clock.
You really did it, dog.
New York, let me see you. One hand up. One hand in the air for the big city. Street lights, big dream.
are ready to get this parade started. And we have a team of reporters here to give you every angle. Once these buses and these floats and these players and the coaches and some other legendary Knicks players will be making their way to mingle with the fans.
We're treated to what you witnessed about maybe a half hour ago. We were wondering where the players were going on those buses. They were going by us this way. Their floats are back that way. And the players ended up, we were wondering, are they making their way up on foot? And sure enough, they did. So again, this will be our vantage point, and the parade has begun.
It sure has, and what a scene here to start us off. Otis.
Within the last week, this is all I've seen of Karl Anthony Towns with a cigar and a trophy in his hand. I mean, they are doing the victory tour, huh? And why not? They deserve it. They certainly do.
They certainly do. They're making contact here with the fans. A really special moment for these fans. And honestly, this is just amazing. An amazing day that we have waited so long to see happen.
And Mitchell Robinson, you know, it's funny, when you win an NBA championship, you all of a sudden have so much pull. He said after they won it that he was going to get his monster truck in the parade. And I thought to myself, there's no way they're going to let him. But here we go, NBA champ. Come on in.
Everything changes. Everything changes.
Yep.
And would you say that that's a custom car there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think you can go out and get that.
Big M. Absolutely.
Oh, and it's so great to see the little ones as well, the up-and-coming New Yorkers, our future leaders, possibly even some future players. You just never know, because this is such a magical city, so it's great to get the youth involved in this parade as well.
Is that Jose right there?
That's
Those are the
Jose.
players there. Looks like they've got a bag of goodies that they're going to be throwing out.
Of course, he was traded to the Knicks, and he was coming off the bench, but the minutes he had at point guard, I watched all the games. Otis, you can back me up on this. When this man was on the court and Brunson wasn't, it felt like we were in good hands. I know a lot of people know him as the sneakster who would run around and get the ball and steal it from somebody coming through half court back before we got traded to the Knicks, but my goodness, the man made it happen. And there he goes. He's actually, okay, so they started playing Bad Bunny, and he ran down there. Of course, the man is a Puerto Rican native, and now he's dancing with Mike Brown as soon as Bad Bunny came on. There he comes. Here he comes, right there.
Catch up. That's why they call him Grand Theft Alvarado, because he brings that energy, whether it's on the offensive end, but especially on the defensive end. He's a pest, man, with that sneaky move that he does.
Yeah.
You know, but
I would be hot.
exactly, if he pulled that on you, right? Come up from behind. Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, here we have one more bird's eye view of the floats that are now coming down the Canyon of Heroes. We see the players on the floats. We've got the big fat heads on the floats. We've got the families on the floats, and they are going to be ready to party. Chris, take it away.
And we're in a great spot right here on the corner of Broadway and Morris, right on Champions Way. You can see the band. We've got a perfect vantage point. Clyde Frazier just passed us a few moments ago. Again, it's high energy. And if we can quickly mention the Department of Sanitation, this thing has just started. The ticker tape has barely begun to fly. They have got so much work to do, and wait till you see how systematic they are as soon as the last float passes through.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, if you can get access to a television or any mobile device, we would love for you to join us here for our live coverage of the Parade of Champions as we celebrate the New York Knicks and their long-awaited championship win. And look at that sign. Thank you, fans. I love it, because they know that they couldn't have made this road, all of the challenges that presented to them, the energy that the fans fed to them. And this is what this is really all about today.
Yep.
Is thanking the fans, right?
Yes.
So that they can be a part of this.
Yep. That's what it's all about. I mean, the players, they of course feel it because they go to practice every day. They play in these games. They suffer the wins and the losses, but along the way, the fans do as well. They may not practice, then they certainly don't play, but the ups and the downs, the emotional roller coaster that a NBA season entails, yes, they're along for the ride as well, and this is their payoff for them.
30-point deficit. The fans.
Willed them back.
That was, we talk about this championship, the fans.
Yep.
All right, we have a Josh Hart sighting. Alan Devlin there now. Alan, tell us more.
We sure do. Yeah, so Josh Hart's, his float is right down here. I actually didn't see him walk by us earlier, so I'm glad we get to see him now. Josh Hart, another player that played such an important, significant role in this Knicks championship. One of the Villanova boys, of course, joining Jalen Brunson, DiVincenzo. Oh, DiVincenzo, of course, got traded away. We're not going to talk about that, though. Yep. But Josh Hart, in a conversation I had with Overmeyer, we spoke about this. Hart was basically the star of the Villanova championship team back when they were in college together. And when he took the role here with the Knicks, when they brought Hart to the Knicks alongside Brunson, of course, Brunson was ecstatic. There's a video of him. He found out about it I think he was in a mall or something, but regardless, he was ecstatic. Hart took a backseat role. Hart was no longer the star. Hart became a role player, a backup player who gave incredible minutes, incredible defense, great three-point shots, made it happen, dependable, and boy, them rebounds. Oh, here he is right here. He walked right by us. I almost missed him. He got off the bus, got on the ground, walked right by us. Snuck right by me, Josh Hart did. Saying hey to all the fans. There we go. Circling back through, making sure he shows all the love to all these New York Knicks fans out here. My
Mitchell
goodness,
Robinson.
another bus has just pulled up.
Look at this. Let me get out of the way of this truck. Look at this. Mitchell!
Mitch is wild. And it's documented.
Mitchell's getting some images for his portfolio there.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, good job.
Longest tenured Knick. Right there. He's seen the good.
You saw Mitch doing a little something for the Instagram before. Guys, we're in position A here. It is so awesome. We're about 5 feet. We're standing on some of the rocks, so we can be eye level with the floats. I will say this, it's kind of hard to get the smile off your face, not only in light of the fact that the team won that all-elusive NBA championship, but everybody's in such a great mood down here. It kind of radiates from float to float. Thank you, guys.
And you know, Raggy, I'm thinking about these fans that have been standing out there for hours, that woke up way before the crack of dawn this morning just to catch a glimpse. It's a fleeting moment.
I mean, KJ, we're looking at 10, 20 rows deep in some spots, and we're down near the bottleneck, right at the, essentially the beginning of the parade, and it's even more crowded as we get closer to you up the Canyon of Heroes. I mean, everybody has come out to see this team. The one thing people have said over and over again is, Knick fandom is unlike any other franchise in this city, and you're really seeing it firsthand today. Everybody is elated not only to win a championship, but to be able to take take part, I should say, in this celebration. It's massive. Young, old, you name it. People just want to be here to be a part of it.
And there comes the ticker tape, a tradition here in New York for 140 years. We can see it flying from the windows there. These guys taking their assignments very seriously. This is an important part of this parade. They've been shredding that paper all week to get it ready for these players and all of Knicks Nation. Let's talk about New York, the vibe in New York. I mean, listen, there's some great teams all across this nation. There's some great communities, great states, great cities. Rod, tell us about New York and what makes it so special.
Yeah, nothing like it. I mean, just the swag and energy.
Yeah.
Right? And then you also have the entertainment, and like I'm so excited about this because we talk about Fat Joe. I just heard the music of Jadakiss back there, and Michael Jackson got me hyped.
Yes.
But just to see what happened, Wu-Tang Clan, like you said, who knows what's going on the float?
Yeah.
They could be
Look
doing a
at
concert.
this massive humanity here.
Yeah.
And a great part of it, too, is, of course, New York is that melting pot. You
Yes.
see a lot of different faces here,
Yes.
getting along, cheer, a common cheering, a common theme here. They're cheering on the New York Knicks. Look at all these different faces that you see there, side by side. No problem. Let's keep it that way.
And
Keep
so
it
many,
nice.
Yeah, keep it nice.
nice.
Keep it nice. But it's like so great because as we've been taking this journey with our Knicks, for people that may not have been familiar with some of these players, we're learning about their backgrounds. We're learning about where they went to school, where they grew up, where they were born. And so many New Yorkers can identify where these guys have come from and relate to their stories of a dream that they also had as a child to someday play basketball.
This is interesting. Mikal Bridges has on Pacom Dadier's jersey.
Tell us about that.
He is a rookie with the team. He's from he played in the German league last year, and I remember interviewing them after they clinched the championship. They joined Mikal Bridges, and he was talking about how proud he was of those guys, and they talked about how they learned from the veteran, how they know how to behave, how they know when they get their call on the court, they have to perform. And Mikal said something that was very surprising. He said, we have faith in all of the guys, even these guys who hardly get in the games. We believe that if we put them in the game, they will help contribute in some way.
And so that's his way of giving him
and he put it in the front so everybody sees it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's a real team player.
Team.
And that is something that we saw from this New York Knicks team. They really gelled, they really became close, and they were so focused. And even throughout this tournament, nothing rattled them. Even after a win, they were like, still got more work to do.
Job's not done.
After a loss, we're going to learn from our mistakes. Is it hard to stay in that kind of mindset?
Well, not when you're champions. but that starts out with the leadership from top to bottom, and I still say it goes back to Jalen Brunson.
I think it also goes back to no matter where it is in the series, they were talking about we're playing like a desperate team. We're playing like it's 0-0 trying to get that first win, even though they were up 3-1 and ready on the verge of winning an NBA championship.
Yeah, and this is proof here from these pictures that we're seeing here from high above Broadway as they make their way up the Canyon of Heroes for this long-standing tradition to celebrate various achievements and milestones here in New York City. We were expecting what we heard from city officials, a number in the millions, and granted, it's going to be really difficult to get a true head count, but just judging from these pictures, I haven't seen Broadway look like this in a long time.
No doubt.
For sure.
It's a beautiful sight, though, isn't it?
All right, guys, who do we see here on this float?
Let's see.
I can't see.
I cannot tell.
We've got a trophy on that float.
Yeah.
Dylan Jones we have there.
This is my fellow Jayhawk right here getting off right there. He won a natty.
Yep. And I love how these guys are like, you know what? I'm going to get off this float and I'm going to get some FaceTime with these fans.
That's got to be
Have
fun.
to.
That's great.
Have to.
Yeah.
This has got to be so fun for them to be able to be off the court here, to celebrate, and to be up close with these people that really, without them,
Deuce, Miles McBride. Miles McBride coming through.
They won the NBA Cup as well over the San Antonio Spurs. So that's the NBA Cup right there. They beat the Spurs in that, and they beat them with the gentleman's sweep in the NBA Finals, 4 games to 1, which ironically in 1999, the Spurs did that to the Knicks. So exacted a little bit of revenge. Rick Brunson was on the 99 team. His son exacts a little revenge. I mean, it all comes full circle.
All came full circle.
All right.
Absolutely.
Miles McBride right there.
Yep.
There's Pacom Dadio right there with you the tank top. That's what I was talking about. Miles Bridges wearing.
I
Miles
love
McBride.
that.
I mean,
love
McKelvey.
that.
Imagine those guys, those young guys. Imagine those guys, how they feel.
Yeah.
First, second year, you got a natty already? I mean,
And that
not a natty,
sign,
but
that sign there on that
NBA
float
Finals.
saying this is happening.
Yes.
To remind them this is not a dream.
Right.
This is not a dream.
You know what's crazy is like a lot of people, because on game days or in between game days, we do a lot of man on the street interviews, and a lot of people, a lot of Knicks fans wearing their jerseys. I asked them, how's it feel to be a Knicks fan right now? And they talked about the pride. They talked about in the past, people ridicule them for wearing a Knicks jersey. We're talking about the #1 market in the country, one of the franchises that the NBA puts out front. And people ridicule you. Well, now they can't do that.
Yeah.
You are a champion. Next year, there's always next year. Next year is this year.
Right.
They got it done.
They got it.
Yep.
All right, we got to give a shout out to our cheerleaders to entertain the crowd, the city dancers, the Knicks city dancers to
There's Jalen.
entertain the crowd. We got Jalen now.
Yep, he's right there behind the camera. There he is.
And there's his wife and his cute little daughter.
Tracy Morgan's on there.
Oh, there's Tracy. I was wondering where Tracy was.
Hustle man.
Tracy, a familiar face there courtside for a team that he is so passionate about.
I'm still looking for Spike. Oh, there you go. I'm still looking for Spike.
He always said Spike's on the back. Alan just said Spike's on the back.
Let's see if I'm sure we're going to get him if he's there.
Go, Rick.
Yeah.
Spike Lee on the back of that parade route, guys. We're going to get him up here. He moved to the other side. He's on the other side of the parade, the float right now. But he's up there. I promise. I saw him.
Tell him you know me. Tell him you know Rod Strickland. He'll come around.
If I can hear him,
my
look,
God,
if he can hear me, I'm going to let him know. I'm going to let him know.
Yeah. Yep. Tracy Morgan right there.
I'd like to continue our conversation about the leadership that Jalen Brunson brought to this team. Some fans may not know that he agreed to a pay cut to bring in some players to strengthen this roster. And then just watching him through all the adversity, some people were doubters.
Oh.
People were saying he wasn't a 1A player. There were some people that were saying, during some of the tougher times, is this the guy who we are looking to be our captain? And he just kept focused.
Yeah.
He kept moving forward. And even during the tournament, there was some bad calls. I'm sorry, but there were some bad calls by those.
Pushed him down.
Pushing him down.
Yeah.
And he just said, it's in the past. All I can control is the future.
I think
and
that's
my contribution.
That's a testament to his father. That's the testament to his father teaching him about the mental game more than anything. You can't lunge out and swing on Wemby because he pushed you down. You got to stay in the moment and understand the severity of the game itself. And your presence, this is the guy that's the most important player on the court, right? So he knows that he can't do those sort of things. And a certain former WNBA player who is a WNBA champion coach said that Jalen Brunson's not a 1A player. And a 1A player at his size cannot win an NBA championship. Well, we have footage that shows that he can win a championship, and he's holding that the NBA Larry O'Brien trophy.
All right, somebody bought some drinks.
It just shows.
To the parade. Just pointing that out there. As we have these live pictures. But as a professional player there, Rod, how important is that aspect of the game with these characteristics that Otis was just talking about to be a complete player?
Yeah, super important. I call it basketball character. And he has a lot of basketball character. Very focused, very intentional, right? He had the wherewithal or the foresight to understand that I'm in New York. I want to win. If I take all this money, I may not get the people around me, so I'm going to take the less money. We're going to try to win this championship. I'm going to win the championship, and now I'm going to run the city.
The king of New York. They call him that.
But I really think he's intentional, he's focused, he's mature, and he understood that. And if that's your leader, and just one real quick back to the 6'2" thing.
Yeah.
I love it so much because we start putting patterns in the game. Like you talk about analytics, you talk about size, height, and length.
Yeah.
Well, a player is a player, and if you're really special and you're really good,
you can be 6'2",
Yeah.
you can be him.
What's up, Ryan? We've got Josh Hart's float approaching right now. He's got the cigar. Josh Hart taking in what has got to be a top 10 day. You win a championship and then you get millions of people celebrating everything you've done. These guys are having a blast. Every float that goes by, they're having an awesome time. And if I could just kind of conversation from before. Otis, you said it best. He's now the king of New York. He's on the Mount Rushmore of top Knicks. Something tells me that pay cut he took, or taking less money, I should say, he's gonna get that and then some in return.
There you go.
Yeah. You can see the confetti coming down.
Yeah.
People are accumulating it on their clothes, on their hair. It's going to probably be stuck in their shoes and in their ears for all we know at the end of this day.
Yeah.
But there we go. There we go. We see so many folks now getting this moment that they've been waiting for years. Could that be Spike there at the end?
At the back.
Yeah, but you know
It looks
what?
like him.
Yeah, because we see Brunson at the front, and we heard Spike Lee was at the back.
Yep.
Is it true that he still pays for his own season tickets?
I think so.
I don't
Is
know.
that true?
I think so.
I heard that. I heard that.
I don't know
Good
if that
for
would be
Spike.
me, but he can do that.
Good for Spike. Yes, and we've got another youth band here playing a part in all of this excitement. Again, just reiterating how important it is for New York City youth across the tri-state area to be a part of this. And there we see Clarkson with a massive smile on his face, ready to celebrate.
And you were talking about he was the first Filipino to win an NBA title.
Yep.
Can you talk about the pride that comes along with that?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, when you think of Filipinos, you don't really think of professional basketball players, do you?
Right.
I mean, it's amazing. And the Filipino culture takes such pride in people that have achieved success. And they want to support them. And every Filipino that you meet, after 5 minutes of meeting them, they're your auntie, or they're your uncle, you know, or they're your cousin. So it really is a sense of we see Martha Stewart there, but in the Filipino culture, everybody is family. So I know that having him on this team, and with all the Filipinos that have chosen the tri-state area as their new home to bring up their children, this is somebody that they can look to and say, hey, look at what he did with his life. You can do this too.
Inspiration.
And I'd love some lumpia.
Yes.
Can I get some lumpia,
Well,
please?
you know, he had an Instagram post recently where he was talking about all the great Filipino restaurants across the city to make sure that everybody knew. But let's go Knicks, as those signs say, the city of champions. Go New York, go. We've got the confetti flying. We've got Jalen Brunson with the trophy. Jalen looking pretty chill here this
But
afternoon.
he usually
He's a
is.
chill, yeah,
He usually is.
He's a chill.
His
guy.
father, now that's a different story. And he talked about taking all Jalen's trophy. He said he doesn't have any trophies at his own home.
Oh,
he has every
really?
one of them. He was going to take his MVP from the finals, from the Eastern Conference finals. In a few minutes, he's going to have that world championship trophy in his midst as well.
Keeping
He's
him
right
hungry.
to Jalen's right.
When we see, you know, other teams that have achieved the success, there's a part of you that's like, you know, I just missed out. But now I'm thinking about the Jets. I'm thinking about the Giants. I'm thinking about the Yankees and the Mets.
Yeah.
Is there some of that too with these other teams here in New York, looking
absolutely.
here at our Knicks going, oh man, I want some of that.
We got to step up our game. The Knicks done set, you know, they done set what it is.
Yeah.
And you know, our New York has, you know, a great sports history. So you know, the Yankees had their time, and everyone Giants and all of that.
Yeah.
But now it's the Knicks time, and I think those guys have to be looking at this, saying, I want some of that. I want that parade.
And we heard from Breece Hall and Geno Smith earlier this week. They talked about this very thing that you're talking about, Christine. And Breece Hall was saying he's good friends with Tyler Kolek, and they were eating wings, and he was congratulating them, but he was like, man, I gotta get that too. You know, it was a healthy inspiration, motivation that he felt. And Geno Smith said the same thing. I'm sure, you know, Aaron Judge. I mean, Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson threw out the first pitch last night at the Yankee game, and I know they were in the clubhouse. So that winner's feel was in the clubhouse. Yankees are close, right? Just 2 years ago they were in the World Series. They are close, but that winning spirit was in the clubhouse, and they were feeding off of that.
And I can't forget our hockey teams too. We got to put the Rangers in there as well.
Absolutely.
None of them made the playoffs though.
I know, but you know what?
Rough one.
Here we are today. This is what is possible. So let's go to Doug Williams one more time along that parade route. Doug was in San Antonio when our team won that championship. Doug, that was such a great moment for you. I mean, there were moments I know that you were like, am I dreaming or is this real? And here you are once again, Doug. Bring us to this parade.
It really, that feeling that you're talking about, KJ, hasn't stopped. Really because New York City, as you guys have been talking about, is just a different vibe right now. And what we've seen so far this morning is a culmination of that. It just is different. And, you know, being on the court in San Antonio, having the chance to interview John Starks, Clyde, and seeing them sort of in their hands, they put them down for the interview, but they had cigars.